studying international business at UNL. And I'll have the senators who will be coming in here in just a few minutes, I'll have them introduce themselves as they arrive. This afternoon, we will be hearing 5 bills and 1 appointment. We'll be taking them up in the order listed outside the room. On the table near the entrance of the room, you will find the blue testifier sheets. If you are planning to testify today, please fill out one of the sheets and hand it to the pages when you come up. This will help us keep an accurate record of the hearing. If you do not wish to testify but would like to record your presence at the hearing, please fill out the gold sheet on the table near the entrance. I'll also let Senator Frederickson introduce himself.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator John Frederickson. I represent District 20, which is in central West Omaha.
I will also note the legislature's policy that all letters for the record must be received by the committee by noon the day before the committee hearing. Any handouts submitted by testifiers will also be included as part of the record as exhibits. We would ask if you have any handouts that you please bring 10 copies and give them to the pages as you approach. If you need additional copies, the pages will be able to provide them for you. Understand that senators may come and go during our hearings. This is common and required as they may be presenting bills in other committees. For today, the testimony for each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, we will hear from any supporters of the bill, then those in opposition, followed by those speaking in a neutral capacity. The introducer of the bill will be given the opportunity then to make closing statements if they wish to do so. We ask when you begin your testimony by giving us your first and last name and also to spell them for the record. We will be using a 5-minute light system today. When you begin your testimony, the light on the table will turn green. The yellow light is your 1-minute warning. And when the red light comes on, we ask that you wrap up your final thoughts. I would like to remind everyone, including senators, to please turn off or silence your cell phones. And with that, we will begin the appointment today with Brett Blackman for NITC. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geis and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Brett Blackman, and I have the honor of serving as the Vice President for Information Technology and CIO for the University of Nebraska system, a role I've been in since 2019. I want to thank Governor Pillen for his nomination of me to the Nebraska Information Technology Commission. I began my career in IT at the University of Nebraska system in 1999 as a technology coordinator for the University of Nebraska at Omaha, my alma mater. In my role as the university system vice president for IT and CIO, I lead a university-wide team of more than 300 employees at our 4 University of Nebraska campuses and the University of Nebraska Office of the President. As a member of President Ted Carter's executive cabinet, I work closely with campus chancellors, system vice presidents, chief academic, business, and legal officers on strategic information technology initiatives to serve our entire university community. I also represent the University of Nebraska nationally on the Big Ten Academic Alliance CIO leadership team. In my previous role as Associate Vice President for Information Technology, I led the reorganization of IT at the IT divisions at the University of Nebraska-Kearney, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, University of Nebraska at Omaha, and Office of the President locations to better serve the IT needs of the University of Nebraska, achieve technology staffing scale, and reduce operational costs. This effort initially saved $6 million and resulted in a unified One IT organization. This innovative organizational approach continues to support and realize millions of dollars of savings to the university by leveraging scale, maximizing technology and efficiencies across all University of Nebraska locations. Over the past several years, I've been a member of the Nebraska Information Technology Commission Tech Panel and Education Council, and believe in the important role technology plays in supporting the state government work. Additionally, in collaboration with the State Nebraska Office of the CIO, our University of Nebraska system teams support Network Nebraska, providing a leading national model of reliable and cost-effective internet access for our state's K-12 partners throughout the entire state. As technology transforms the world we live in, it is important through the work of NITC that we continue to provide strategic direction and accountability on technology investments for the state of Nebraska. I'm honored to have this opportunity to serve the state of Nebraska in support of the NITC mission to make the state of Nebraska's information technology infrastructure more accessible and responsive to the needs of the citizens, regardless of location, while making investments in government, education, healthcare, and services more efficient and cost-effective. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your introduction. Would you mind spelling your name for the record, please?
Brett, B-R-E-T, Blackman, B-L-A-C-K-M-A-N.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman Geis. Thank you, Mr. Blackman, for appearing today. I am not at all familiar with what the Nebraska Information Technology Commission is. Could you give me a little background?
Sure. So we have the opportunity with other members of the committee to make sure that we appropriate and invest and provide expectations or accountability to the governing bodies of the state to make sure IT investments are done wisely across the state in a strategic way, in a most efficient way across the state of Nebraska.
So, for example, if you took like different agencies, Department of Ag, HHS, NDOT, you coordinate these systems to make sure they're all compatible? I mean, is that what your function is?
That is correct. Working with the office of the CIO, Mr. Toner's office as well. Yes.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your introduction. It's nice to have you.
Thank you.
Are there any who wish to testify in support of this nomination? Are there any who wish to testify in opposition to this nomination? Any in the neutral capacity? I do not see any. That will close the hearing for the appointment of Mr. Blackman for the NITC. And while we go to the next bill, I will have the senators who've just entered to introduce themselves, starting on my right.
Senator DeBoer, District 10 in Northwest Omaha.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, District 6, West Central Omaha.
Thank you. And we will continue with the hearing of LB 4645.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Chairperson Geis, members of the committee. My name is Mike McDonald. I'm a KEMCDONNELL. I represent Legislative District 5, South Omaha. I'm here to introduce LB 645, which seeks to address the fair allocation of highway revenue and equitably allocation of associated projects for Nebraska's taxpayers. LB 645 would update the priority system for the Nebraska Department of Transportation, NDOT, to follow in order to use available revenue, resources, and personnel in an efficient manner. Given our population, economic activity, and increasing congestion, it is essential that our state has a designated plan for the most effective use of the available resources. As part of this plan, NDOT would be required to focus resources on increasing the capacity of city, village, county collectors and arterials that service our offset traffic on state highways, which will help alleviate congestion from Nebraska's major highways. This should lead to improved safety for drivers on the entire highway system. Furthermore, NDOT would prioritize projects based on the following factors. One, safety of the traveling public, capacity deficiencies based on the current and projected traffic, the current and projected future economic impact of the project as determined by the volume of the local average daily traffic, and the value of goods transported and the surface conditions of the existing roads. This is a change from prioritizing the current highway system as the primary priority in the law. Also, LB 645 requires NDOT to take into account the highway revenue raised in each district specified by section 391102. It requires that no less than 90% of the revenue raised by each district be allocated to projects within that district. This will ensure that the tax dollars are put into use in the locality in which it was generated. This is an important consideration for taxpayers. In 2023, for example, the second district, which includes the counties of Dodge, Washington, Douglas, Sarpy, and half of Cass, accounted for 43% of Nebraska's population, yet only a little over 9% of the funding, ranking dead last among the 8 districts. The first district, which includes the counties of Butler, Seward, Saline, Jefferson, Saunders, Lancaster, Gage, Otoe, Johnson, Nemaha, Pawnee, Richardson, and the other half of Cass accounted for 24% of Nebraska's population and are second to the last based on population. of the 8 total districts, the 2 districts that represent 67% of the state's population rank 7th and 8th in allocating funding. Nebraska is expected to receive approximately $2.2 billion over 5 years in federal funding for highways and bridges under the bipartisan infrastructure law. This funding has the ability to have a great benefits for Nebraskans, but only if it is allocated in a fair and equitable manner. In conclusion, I urge you to support LB 645, which seeks a prioritizing highway spending in an efficient manner and ensures a fair allocation of revenue for Nebraska taxpayers. I think we should approach this as I think most of us do as senators, that when we're looking at legislation, we don't know which legislative district we're going to be representing. Now, of course, we all know where we've come from in our own backyard, but what's the possibility if God opened up the sky and shook us up and said, tomorrow you're going to be representing LD 47. You're no longer representing LD 5. And look at it, what is a fair way to approach this? And right now, if you look at the fairness of it, with where we are with the District 2, with having 43% of the population only receiving 9% of the dollars and ranking last of 8 of 8, I don't think that is fair. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're treating all 49 legislative districts as if they are ours. And we're representing them, and how do we do that going forward and making a fair allocation? Here to answer your questions, and I'll be here to close.
Great. Yes, Senator Mosher.
I would like to see your calculations where you're talking the percentage of population versus the funding. Because I was looking through the handout that I got from the Department of Roads on the Build Nebraska Act, and I added up what Douglas, Sarpy, and counties and cities around the Omaha area, plus Lancaster, and they got 5 million of the 15 million. So they're getting over, 33% of that. So I'm wondering if you have more data, if you could provide that to us so we could look at it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Brand.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you, Senator McDonald, for bringing this. What does it cost to pave 1 mile of road? About,
I'll have to get that number for you.
let's just say $1 million.
Let's say $1 million.
Do you think it's the same cost in Jefferson County as it is in Douglas County?
I would leave that up to the people that are going to testify behind me to answer that question.
I would
But
probably assume that
I would-
it is.
yes,
So I mean, this is an issue that should be based on road miles, not necessarily population. We may not have the same kind of traffic that the urban areas have, but we definitely have a lot of heavy traffic out there. I mean, it's the economy of the state of Nebraska is agriculture, and agriculture is very heavy, and it uses a lot of roads in this state. When
well,
look
I
at-
think we'd all agree that the
Okay.
first and foremost would be safety for
Okay.
all the roads, and then the economic impact, of course, of that road.
Okay, so looking at 2 of the proposed formula changes. Currently, rural population of the county counts for 20%, and they want to drop that down to 10%. And number 4, total motor vehicle registrations in the rural area of the county, other than apportioned vehicles, was 20%, and they want to drop that down to 10%. Just those 2 changes will move most of that money back to the urban areas out of the rural areas. And we're already having a heck of a time keeping our roads in shape.
Do you have the numbers of how much you were actually contributing based on the taxes?
I do not. I do not have, and hopefully somebody will give us that.
I'll try to get that for you.
So yes, you talk about fair and equitable. I like the formula as it is now. I think it's very fair and equitable because it's based on miles and where those miles are located in the state of Nebraska. But obviously I represent a rural district, and if when we shake this up and I end up in your district, maybe my attitude would change.
That's how I think we should look at it, Senator. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Are you planning to stick around? To
Yes,
close?
I'll be
Okay,
here.
thank you. Are there any proponents for LB 645? Proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, guys, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Chris Hawkins, CHRISHAWKINS. I'm the president and CEO of Hawkins Construction Company in Omaha. I'll start first by noting that I'm testifying largely as a business owner and leader in Omaha and not necessarily representative of the entire heavy highway construction industry in Nebraska. Most Nebraskans and certainly most senators recognize the critical need of maintaining our road system and our expressway system, as I think is further evidenced by the bills to be heard later targeting specific projects. There is a reason senators feel the need to introduce bills specific to individual projects that otherwise are not getting programmed. And that reason is largely a result of NDOT's statutory mandate for prioritization of projects and types of projects as it is today. Unfortunately, the effect of this also is grossly inequitable to projects that are most in need based on traffic volumes, economic opportunity, and population, as Senator McDonald pointed out. And the numbers are accurate. Douglas and Sarpy County account for 40% of the population of the state, and yet only 10% of our road funding program. And as you pointed out, Senator, that's a result of lane miles. So the question is that fair and equitable, and is that the right thing to do? But again, most of the condition is the natural consequence of prioritizing asset preservation above all other factors, which is what the legislature dictated in 2010. That was a change made in 2010. LB 645 rightly resets priorities for a more balanced program. LB 645 also expands the list of roads eligible for state funding, which would allow more targeted improvements where they are most needed. I should also note that from a Hawkins construction perspective, how the state spends money is really kind of irrelevant. We build all types of work, preservation or capital improvement, regardless of what it is in the plethora of the program. My testimony and my position today really does not have anything to do with our bottom line as a company. But because of what we do, we have a unique perspective into the program, and we do see really deserving and important capital projects not built as a result of the way we currently program and prioritize projects. The simple truth at the end of the day is that we can't build every road project that senators in every district care about because we don't fund our roads enough. If we did, we would have a much more significant gas tax and vehicle sales tax collection. So we have to prioritize. Something has to give. For the better part of 13 years now, capital improvement has given in way of asset preservation. I would encourage you to rebalance those priorities. I planned on 3 minutes, but because it's 5, I would like to just add a couple other notes. Senator Moser, you pointed out that the BNA spend approximately a third of that money in District 2. But remember, BNA is funded through sales tax. What LB 645 is about is the primary program, which is funded almost entirely through vehicle sales taxes and gas taxes or road user fees. The Omaha area, if you run the math, accounts for about 35% of our sales tax collection in the state. So it actually, BNA was equitable, but not grossly skewed towards District 2 in that regard. And I think that would conclude my primary points. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Senator Frederickson.
Thank you, Chair Geis, and thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for being here to testify. It's always good to have a District 20 resident in the building. So you mentioned asset sort of preservation in your testimony, and I'm kind of curious, can you elaborate a little bit more on that and how LB 645 would be in the best interest in the state in that regard?
Sure. Yeah, and I should point out, obviously, there's nothing wrong with the idea of putting a heavy emphasis on asset preservation. We need to maintain what we built. It would be very unconservative. It would be poor practice not to do that. As it is today, and this was presented to the committee both in the annual NDOT report and the needs study, 90% of our spend is preservation. Preservation can be a fairly broad category, and I suspect there might be an NDOT testifier who could help elaborate a bit more, but that can include anything from asphalt overlaying roads that just are not very smooth and poor driving condition to deficient bridges. And there we have a federal obligation to maintain those bridges. But it is not new capacity. New capacity is its own category. And so if we feel that we have freight on the road all throughout our state that is not tended to, that's a capacity issue. Sure. Safety is its own category as well. But really the point here is preservation by occupying that much of the program prevents the ability to expand. Yeah. Can I add one? I forgot one thing I wanted to know, by the way. This is in no way for my testimony or this bill's approach a criticism of NDOT or really anybody. I think NDOT, given their statutory mandate, does a wonderful job programming. This is, from my view, an ability to let NDOT pay a little more attention to the capacity needs that we have, which are largely in urban areas too.
Senator Moser, you have a question?
So when you're talking about population versus the amount of money spent in the more populated counties, what time period are you talking there? 1 year, 2 years?
Generally, NDOT puts out a capital or a transportation improvement plan over the course of 5 years. So that's a 5-year spend
So in 5 years, you got 9% of the,
per year.
I'm sorry,
9% per year of the total program spend. And that number's been consistent for the better part of a decade.
yeah, I would want to look at that and see that. It's, when I drive through Omaha and I get up on that elevated Dodge Street, I can't believe that that's 9%.
Well,
That's-
Dodge Street was built in 2004. We built it, I know. That was 18 years ago, 19 years ago now that job started.
The numbers you're quoting, did you generate those?
No, those are, yes, but those are numbers pulled directly from DOT's transportation books. So those are published data.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Brent?
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for appearing today. You said there's things not getting built.
Mhm.
What is not getting built?
Well, if we want to look at District 2, for example, one, I'd say it's wonderful that Lincoln has the South Beltway. We built it. I was very happy that we were able to do that. Omaha does not have a beltway nor a beltway that's even discussed or planned. Arguably, one is absolutely necessary. Sarpy County's already done some corridor protection for Platteview Road, which would connect I-80 west all the way to Highway 29 ultimately, because Iowa paid for a bridge, a large part of a bridge over the Missouri River. That's a project that's necessary. I-80 through Omaha is the most heavily traveled corridor in the state. Nearly 170,000 vehicles a day pass from the river to the 680 interchange. Currently, that stretch of roadway has potholes on it on the interstate. We haven't really touched it other than some Band-Aid lane additions, and I would contrast what we've done there to what the Iowa Department of Transportation did. Iowa spent $1.5 billion to separate throughway and local traffic on their I-80, and they've greatly increased traffic flow, greatly reduced accidents. And we could spend $1.5 billion in Council Bluffs and $0 in Omaha. That is a fairly shocking result, I think. 680 still is also highly congested.
Going back to what Senator Moser was talking about. So 9%, is it 9% of the total districts so how many districts are there?
8.
Okay. And then how many lane miles are in each district approximately?
I couldn't tell you the exact figure where you're going. I could presume, and you'd be right to note that District 2 has the second least, I think, lane miles, and so on a purely lane mile basis. True, that's partly why the spend is.
I mean, a lot of the construction in Omaha would be handled by the city or the county or other entities outside of the state. Would that be true?
Yeah, sure. The majority of roadways would be local, but how do we fund those if the
And
majority?
that brings me up to my last question. So, and you probably build in a lot of states, but in Nebraska, the gas tax pays for this. Would you be in favor of increasing the gas tax?
That's an easy yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Gas tax is a road user fee. People pay it if they're going to drive on our roads. It is the most direct and logical way to get all our projects.
So then how do we handle electric vehicles?
There's another bill pending. I'm glad you asked that. Ultimately, we need to start charging a more reasonable fee for electric vehicle registration, because vehicle registrations are another critical part of our road funding, obviously. Yeah.
Thank you.
You also, I should point out to you, it is more expensive to build in urban areas than rural areas. So to that previous question to Senator McDonald, that's just the nature of dealing with traffic.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any, but we appreciate the South Beltway, by the way. Thank you very much. Any other proponents? Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Chairwoman Geis, members of the committee. My name is Austin Rouser, AUSTIN, ROWSER. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer, and also the City Street Superintendent for the City of Omaha. And I would like to just express my support for this bill. Omaha faces a number of challenges, as do all communities in Nebraska, with conditions of our transportation system. We've taken a lot of steps locally in recent years to try and get ahead of the problem of failing infrastructure. We have a street preservation bond that passed in 2020, and we also have a transportation bond issued that funds the majority of our capital projects. We're still falling behind. Despite the amount of money that we've been able to generate locally, we still need support. We need critical help from the state of Nebraska. And one of the issues that we face currently is with resurfacing money on state highways within city limits. We currently receive from NDOT. NDOT allocates about $700,000 a year for resurfacing projects within the city. That number is very, very short to handle the system. Our estimates are that resurfacing on a 12-year basis, which is a pretty long scale for resurfacing on city streets and highways, we would need to have about $2 million annually that would need to come within city limits of Omaha just to resurface on a 12-year cycle state highways within our city limits. So we are falling behind. One recent example is US Highway 275, which is L Street in Omaha. We received our $700,000 allocation in 2022, which we're very grateful for, and thank you very much. But we were only able to get a stretch from 96th Street to about 67th Street in the eastbound lanes only. So we have significantly deteriorated asphalt as well in the westbound lanes of that stretch and also east of that section as well. So that's just one example of a number of different state highways in our city. We've also just recently received a portion of Highway 85 that was relinquished from the state. So that's coming off of the state system and onto the city system that Omaha has to take care of. So we have a number of issues like this. Those are just a few examples. We have 5,000 lane miles, I believe. Senator, to your earlier question, the state has 10,000 total by statute lane miles. So the city of Omaha has half the number of lane miles that the entire state of Nebraska has in the state highway system. So we just appreciate your consideration of this bill. I appreciate your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Before I move to the other senators, I just want if you would clarify, you said what you needed annually for resurfacing, was it 2 million or 2 billion?
2 million.
B with a B?
With an M.
With an M, okay.
Sorry.
Thank
And that's
you.
just for resurfacing.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if I understood you correctly, and I didn't, so thank you. Yes, Senator Mosher.
So the revenue that you get for roads, does it all come through the Department of Roads?
The entire revenue that we spend on our entire capital program,
Yeah, I mean, or do you get money from the federal government directly?
we get some that it comes through a program. It's managed by the state of Nebraska. It filters through NDOT before it comes
It's
to
like
us.
that transportation enhancement,
Correct.
those plans and stuff?
And we have a couple of recent projects, 120th Street and 168th Street that came through those programs.
So this 9% funding does not include that federal money, or it does include that federal money?
That I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Any other proponents? Are there any opponents for LB 645? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Geis and members of the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. My name is Greg Wolford, GREG-WOLFORD, and I serve on the Nebraska State Highway Commission representing District 7, which is in southwest Nebraska. I am here today to testify in opposition to LB 645, which I believe would have negative effects for the state of Nebraska as well as for my district. This bill fails to look at Nebraska's highways as a transportation system and instead bows to parochial interests that will put urban citizens against rural citizens. I have spoken with several other highway commissioners who are also opposed to this bill. I have three primary concerns about the effects LB 645 will have throughout the state. First, I am concerned about the changes to the funding formula for the counties throughout the state, which, if this bill passes, would be done in a way that disadvantages the majority of Nebraska counties, especially rural counties, which have fewer people and more agricultural production. Second, I'm concerned about how the method of allocation of funds to districts would change with a new requirement of that 90% of funds raised in a district be spent on projects in that same district. Again, this is looking at Nebraska's highways not as a transportation system that through its connectivity benefits all Nebraskans, but as a group of local roads that have no impact on their neighbors. It is my opinion that today Nebraska has better highways than any of our neighboring states. If this change is made, the majority of our 10,000 miles of highways will very quickly fall into disrepair. Finally, I'm concerned with the change LB 645 would make in priorities for Nebraska Department of Transportation highway projects as it pertains to asset preservation. While we believe safety of our highways is critically important, under LB 645, asset preservation criteria would be dropped to the least important factor for determining projects. This change would be devastating to our existing highway system to the detriment of all Nebraskans. No sane person would put an addition on their house when the roof is falling apart. This same analogy applies to highways. It is absolutely critical that we maintain what we have. The Highway Commission previously fought to make this the most important criteria, and we believe this bill undoes that beneficial policy. I would be happy to answer any questions I can, and I believe NDOT's Director Kramer will be able to answer further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any. Thank you. Any other opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Harris, JULIE-HARRIS. I'm the Executive Director of Bike Walk Nebraska. Much of our work at Bike Walk Nebraska revolves around advocating for sound transportation policy. And unfortunately, what LB 645 proposes does not fit that description. In some cases, directly contradicts the Nebraska Department of Transportation's brand new long-range transportation plan. The page is handing out a few pages from that plan right now to you, so you can have that at your fingertips. Fix what we have first has been the mantra at countless strategic planning events we have attended over the years at all levels of government. It was the main talking point for the city of Omaha's transportation bond issue in 2020 when the mayor outlined that Omaha is 50 years behind in road maintenance and rehabilitation. Underfunded for years at the current rate of funding, we cannot catch up. Like every other state in the country, Nebraska can barely afford to adequately maintain the system we have now. Based on years of that context, it was not surprising to us that NDOT's brand new long-range transportation plan prioritized asset preservation. LB 645 proposes asset proliferation. This bill basically inverts the entire process of prioritization. It removes the current language that states that the department shall consider the preservation of the existing state highway system asset as its primary priority. My mantra as an advocate for bicycle and pedestrians might seem like it's a little fluffy sometimes, but frankly, it's all about the process that we use to make policy. If we get the process right, we will end up with outcomes that benefit everyone. This bill does not pass this test. I would imagine that most Nebraskans would not be thrilled with the idea of ignoring the process and priorities outlined in this plan, for which hundreds of hours of time were given and for which tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars were used to fund just 2 years ago. The bill's language prioritizes the value of stuff and the movement of cars over the well-being of Nebraskans. Most specifically, that means that it removes consideration of the well-being of small business owners who have stores along Highway 2 or Highway 30 that become local streets within towns and who want people to be able to see their storefronts and safely access their businesses. It removes consideration For instance, of kids in Atkinson who want to cross East 5th Street, otherwise known as Highway 20, to get to the city pool, community center, or the ball fields. It removes consideration for the kids at Fairbury who need to cross K Street, otherwise known as Highway 15, to get to Jefferson Intermediate School. I'll spare you the finer points of the concept of induced demand, but numerous studies show that increasing capacity of roadways, which is exactly what this bill calls for. It doesn't talk about maintenance or resurfacing, it calls for increasing capacity, more lanes, more capacity. The increasing capacity ultimately fails to alleviate any congestion long-term. Adding more lanes is not the answer. If any of you have been to Denver in your lifetime and been on I-25, you've likely been in gridlock. They have continued to add more and more and more lanes to I-25, and guess what? More people just come to drive on it, and it creates the same gridlock over and over again. Please support the established priorities of the Nebraska Department of Transportation's Long-Range Transportation Plan and consider the long-term impacts of this bill and the ripple effects that it will have across numerous communities within our state before allowing it to progress. We do not necessarily have a stance on the financial part of this bill in terms of what money is coming in and where it goes. We have the fundamental problem of that it prioritizes pavement over people and that it upsets the priorities that have long been established by NDOT.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you. Any other opponents? Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Senators. A lot of comments in my system today. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geist, and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. I'm Vicki Kramer, and I am the Director of the Nebraska Department of Transportation. That's VICKI-KRAMER. And I'm here to testify in opposition to LB 645. LB 645 directly alters the objectives and priorities of the Nebraska Department of Transportation in numerous ways in which the department believes will be detrimental to the state highway system. It's important to understand the transportation needs of the state are developed based on a system, creating and maintaining a system that supports all of Nebraska. This bill creates a new priority for NDOT to increase capacity on city, village, and county collectors and arterials that service or offset traffic on state highways. This is a dramatic change to NDOT procedure, as we have no existing jurisdictional responsibilities for such roadways. This would create hundreds of miles of extra needs for NDOT, while no revenue source is identified. There'd be a tremendous cost to NDOT to begin to work on roads not owned by the state, but rather by counties and cities. Depending on the vague criteria in the bill of offsetting traffic, which may otherwise be on a state highway, NDOT has already identified $14.5 billion of needs over the next 20 years. So to increase this workload could drastically slow project delivery, such as completion of the four-lane expressway system. In addition to changing the scope of the roads over which NDOT has jurisdiction, LB 645 changes the way we prioritize our long-range system plan, which we present to the legislature every year. In addition to the assets NDOT is already responsible for, we would also need to accommodate the needs specified by cities, villages, and counties of the state, greatly increasing the work required by the department. This bill ranks the following factors in order of importance: safety, capacity based on current and future traffic volumes, current and future economic impacts of a project, and finally, surface conditions of the road. Notably, the focus on asset preservation has shifted from first to last in terms of importance, although it's an indicator in the previous bullets that I discussed. NDOT is concerned that this will lead to an uneven distribution of projects, wherein roads with high capacity are prioritized for improvements while the system as a whole deteriorates. This concern is compounded by the next provisions of the bill, which state that 90% of highway revenue raised in each district shall be allocated to projects in that district, including city or county roads not currently on the system. This would be detrimental to the transportation system as a whole, shifting funding away from all but the most populous counties, such as Lancaster and Douglas. According to our preliminary calculations, these counties would see a 61% and 43% increase in annual funding, respectively. Unfortunately, this increase comes at the expense of Nebraska's less populated, more rural counties. This bill would also have a negative impact on state highways as a system, which would hurt the state's agricultural industry by creating a patchwork of unrepaired roads through the vast majority of the state. To that end, This bill specifically changes the factors which allocate state funds in each county by increasing the weight of the total population by 30%, decreasing the rate of the rural population in a county, increasing the total number of the total motor vehicle registrations while decreasing the weight of rural registrations, and removing the value of the farm products sold altogether. Thank you for your time. I'm free to open any or answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Yes, Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Kramer, for your testimony. Can you take me through just an overview of how you develop the long-range system plan? Who's involved? What you prioritize when you're figuring out how to do that? Who's all involved in making those decisions?
So there's multiple different planning efforts that I think are important to this conversation. There's the 20-year long-range plan. There's the 5-year plan that identifies capital improvement projects. And most specifically, probably relevant to this conversation, there's also the metro area travel improvement study, which looks specifically at the Omaha area. So we work on, in conjunction with locals, in conjunction with stakeholders, our local district leadership, to make sure that we fully understand what the needs of the 10,000 miles of highway we currently have are. We look at what are the needs for preservation, what are the needs for increased capacity, and then we craft a plan based on what our projected revenue is. And we always identify what the needs are no matter the revenue. That's where you see that 14.5 billion, right? And so as we work through it, that 20-year program starts to become in bite-sized pieces, so we can start to say, okay, what's the 5-year one look like, right? What's the 1-year look like? So long-term, we talk to everyone from Bike Walk Nebraska to local contractors to understand capacity, to understand what the needs are, to local communities when we do a 20-year. When we just published the last one, there was a stakeholder group that included everyone from the medical community to understand how rural transportation needs for emergency personnel were met, to farm and agricultural.
So once you sort of gather all this information and you know what the needs are, both of the surfaces that we already have in place and how many cars are on them or whatever, and you've developed kind of that whole understanding of what the need is.
Mhm.
And now it's time to take the pot of money that is too small to meet the need and to try and prioritize things. How do you all decide how to prioritize things? Yes, I know that statutorily we've got, preserve the system, but then what comes after that? How do you decide between projects?
So typically it depends. So we'll go through, and so each district has their district allocation for asset preservation. So those 8 district engineers are in charge of making sure that their system is in state of good repair, right? After that asset preservation piece, we get into CapEx and how we build the capacity of the program. Typically, if you go back to how we did Build Nebraska Act, we used public participation for that. So we looked at safety, we looked at economic, and then we started to look at what projects we could start to program into that queue. So to answer your question, it's a bit of a formula based on cash flow, what we can afford based on when we see the need coming up, meaning if there's an existing project in that area, so if it's a 2-lane facility, what's the life cycle of that 2-lane facility, making sure we get full ability to have that full life cycle before we potentially add, or we at least take that into consideration on a 4-lane so that we fully use our resources.
So we're being efficient by using
Absolutely.
the 2-lane before destroying the 2-lane and bank 4-lane.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's very helpful. There's a listing that you mentioned also in your testimony about, in this bill, they would like to go safety, capacity, economic impacts, and then finally surface conditions of the road. How much do surface conditions of the road affect safety?
Completely. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the major factor, but it is a major factor. If you look at how a road drives, if you're going to be able to have a smooth ride based on what rate of speed you can be on it, obviously as a road deteriorates, we're going to drop that speed limit to make sure that we maintain safe traveling speed. But if as it deteriorates, you don't have a safe road, you can't put heavy loads on it. We'll have to go to making sure that we have a different way for our agricultural farm equipment to move. It's the number one of the main concerns of it, right?
So wouldn't we end up kind of back where we are? Because wouldn't you have to prioritize upkeeping the system anyway in order to keep the safety by putting that first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Moser.
Well, from the perspective of my district, we appreciate what the Department of Roads is working on to provide 4-lane access cities that are 10,000 population and more. And we've been waiting a long time. Started in 1988, supposed to be done in 2003. Right now it's 2023. So it's 20 years, and I don't know, what percentage is it done now? About 75?
On the expressway system?
Yeah, yeah. So we got 25% of it to do yet. And that section that I often harp on, and I know is kind of beyond your control now because it's under contract, but that section from Schuyler to Fremont, I get so many complaints from my citizens about that traffic on those roads. They were kind of laid out when people were driving Model A's, and you know, they've got tight radiuses and no shoulders, and the railroad runs right next to it. And when they've got their headlights on so they don't hit something and you're coming this way, you can have people passing you on both sides, a car on this side and the railroad engine over here, and you're sitting there thinking, you know, it's a safety thing. And so I appreciate your willingness to try to work on getting the whole system done. And hopefully we can continue to get that done. Thank you.
Any other questions? I do, though, I will just add, and maybe more of a comment, but I'd invite your response. It is interesting, though, to see that the difference of the allocation amount. I mean, to Mr. Hawkins' point, I think that it is interesting to consider that a huge part of our system is on the east side of the state. And do you have is there maybe an alternative way to look at how this allocation could be done that does give weight to where the heavy traffic is versus, I understand you looking at a system, but I think there is something to be said that this is the place where most of the population travels.
So I would ask, looking at the bill and understanding the focus it puts on capacity building, I would look at, we can brief the committee on the metro area travel improvement study, and just looking at how the Nebraska Department of Transportation has worked with MAPA on what the improvements are needed for the Omaha system, understanding the current state highway and how we are going to work with the city of Omaha over the next 80 years to essentially modernize the system. I think that's more of where we need to go at rather than looking at how we change the allocation of funding. There's going to be significant investments from the department as we work through MTIS over that next 80 years. You know, you have your first 20 years commitment, then you have a following 30, and then you have another piece of it. And so you're going to see upwards of $1 billion when you just look at that first 50 years. So I'm happy to brief the committee on how we've looked at those needs and what the process we've gone through.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other opponents? Good afternoon.
Afternoon. My name is Jerome Fagerland, JEROMEFAGERLAND. I reside in Atkinson, Nebraska, and I have served on the Nebraska Department of Roads, Department of Transportation for 23 years. I'd like to go on record that I concur with what you had in testimony from Commissioner Walford earlier. I do want to zero in on my district, which is District 8, which runs from eastern Holt County to western Cherry County at approximately 130 to 140 miles. It also averages about 90 miles north and south. I have a unique district from the standpoint that the only rail service we have It goes about 18 miles into the eastern part of the county. We have in this district 2 of the 5 largest cow-calf producers in the nation. We also produce more than hundreds of millions of bushels of grain, corn, and soybeans. The only feasible way for us to move our products both in and our supplies out is by truck, heavy truck. The bill concerns me that it may have a issue with preservations. Agriculture has grown to the standpoint that it requires large equipment, heavy trucks, which without good roads are putting the transportation of goods at risk and lives at risk. So to change the formulas that we are using is, in my opinion, putting our rural residents at risk. I would also like to go on record saying that I have served on the commission for 23 years, and it doesn't get any easier determining what's right, equitable, and correct. And so the issue is, I'm very aware of the growth in Omaha. I'm very aware of the growth in Lincoln and some other metropolitan areas. We need to take that into consideration down the road, but we can't let what we have go to waste. So with that, I'd open it up to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Very much. Any other opponents? Opponents? Is there anyone who wishes to testify in the neutral capacity? Senator McDonald, you are welcome to close.
Thank you, Chairperson Geist. Following up with Senator Mosher, he had a question about the monies. That does include federal. The details that we're going to get you based on some of the numbers we were using earlier. With the 8 roads districts, if you look at, and just to take a step back, Director Kramer met with me. I believe NDOT does a great job. So this isn't trying to criticize, this is trying to actually show how we can improve. And then there's got to be a fairness. And I think it always should be starting off with the safety. So if there's a roads district X, whatever it might be, 3, for example, and they've fallen behind in safety, then that's where we should focus first. So wherever that might be. But when you look at the idea of the District 2, that roughly has 43% of the population receiving 9% of the funding. And then you add District 1, which they're ranked 7th and 8th, and that moves you up to 67% of the population. And they're the bottom 7 and 8 out of the funding. That just flies in the face of common sense to me. Not based on the idea of safety. I always want to put that first, but actually just with working backwards and looking at how our plan is working and going forward, how it's serving the citizens. So again, every number we mentioned earlier, we will make sure we get you detailed information. And we're here again, as I mentioned in my opening, regardless of where county we're from or what legislative district, I want to be able to have a fair process to go back and say, hey, we always put safety first, but then we look at it this way, and economic development, of course, is part of that, and based on the population is also part of it.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you, Senator McDonald, for your close. What you say is true. And I guess how I kind of see this, driving into, let's say, Lincoln, the state has an obligation on that road to get me to Lincoln. But in these high population areas, Lincoln and Omaha can afford to buy all the arterial roads that come off of the state highways. It's much different than when you go through these little villages and towns out in western Nebraska. I have a lot of communities that still have gravel streets, no curb and gutter. I mean, it's just a different scenario altogether. And I mean, it isn't apples to apples, but I mean, there are some structural differences here in that you have the resources to build whatever you want outside of the state, and other parts of the state have no other resources. Would you agree with that?
And just for the record, LD5 has gravel roads. LD5 still has areas without sewer. So just for the record,
Okay.
my legislative district
Sure.
in South Omaha still has gravel roads.
Yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. But you would agree that there are more resources probably in those districts, urban districts, than what's available in some of these rural areas.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any.
Thank you.
We did receive 7 letters, none in support, 7 in opposition, and none in neutral. Just reading it for the record. That will close the hearing on LB 645. We will move forward to LB 212. Good afternoon, Well, becoming a regular in our committee. I know. I don't know how I feel about that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geis, members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Sue Ellen Stutzman, Suellen, Stutzman. I am Senator Slama's administrative aide. I'm here today to introduce LB 212. US Highway 75 is the highway system that runs for 1,239 miles from Dallas, Texas to Kitson County, Minnesota, ending just short of the Canadian-United States border. Within the state of Nebraska, it enters on Kansas state border 9 miles south of Dawson, traveling north across the extreme eastern portion of the state to the Nebraska-Iowa border in South Sioux City, crossing the Missouri River along a concurrency with Interstate I-29. Currently, Highway 75 is 4 lanes south of Omaha until it reaches the southern edge of Plattsmouth. From the southern edge of Plattsmouth through Nebraska City, Auburn, and down to the Kansas border, Highway 75 is 2 lanes. LB 212 seeks to expand that stretch of Highway 75 to 4 lanes. Highways play a vital role in our daily lives. The benefits they bring to our state, its residents, cannot be overstated. This is an incredibly important issue that I have heard from many, many Nebraskans in this state, both in and out of District 1. LB 212 is a critical investment in the safety, quality of life, and economic prosperity of our state. Dozens of Nebraskans have contacted our office with both personal stories of their own or grave concerns about this treacherous road. The increasing traffic volumes and changing nature of transportation have brought to light the safety concerns that have plagued this important roadway. US 75 is currently a 2-lane highway, which has become increasingly inadequate to handle the growing number of vehicles that travel on it. This has resulted in long travel times, congestion, and increased risk of accidents. As we all know, accidents on our highway have devastating consequences, often leading to loss of life, severe injuries, and long-term disabilities. The expansion of US Highway 75 to 4 lanes will go a long way in mitigating these risks and protecting the lives of people who rely on this highway every day. Highway 75 is an incredibly dangerous road. From 2016 to 2020, US 75 from Plattsmouth to Nebraska City had 10 fatalities, 114 injuries, and 222 crashes. From 2016 to 2020, US 75 from Nebraska City to the Kansas border had 12 fatalities, 144 injuries, 326 crashes. The safety of Nebraskans is an everlasting high priority of mine, and those driving on Highway 75 should feel safe during their travels. Highways provide fast and efficient means of travel for residents and visitors alike, making it easier for people to access work, education, medical care, etc. This increased mobility not only benefits individuals, but also businesses and industries, which rely on efficient movement of goods and services. Furthermore, expanding Highway 75 would also attract businesses and industries to our state, creating jobs, stimulating economic growth, improving flow of goods and services between communities, and increasing access to businesses along the route. Construction and maintenance of highways attract businesses to industries, businesses and industries to locate in state, creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. Highways also make it easier for businesses to transport goods, which increase their competitiveness in the global marketplace. It would also make our state more attractive to tourists, which would bring additional revenue to the state. Additionally, LB 212 includes the paving of all unpaved highways in the state. This measure would also bring numerous benefits. Paved roads are safer for drivers, providing a smooth and stable surface for vehicles. This would reduce the number of accidents and improve safety of our roads. Currently, there are only about 40 miles of unpaved state highways, 18.85 miles in Frontier County, 10.04 miles in Pawnee County, and 10.28 miles in Otoe County. The paving of these unpaved highways is long, long overdue. In closing, we can no longer stand idly by when our friends and family members or neighbors continue to be killed or severely injured on this stretch of highway or remaining unpaved state highways. Something has to be done. Improved safety, increased economic growth, and improved quality of life are just a few of the benefits of these projects would bring. I urge all members of the community to support LB 12 and work together to ensure its passage into law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
And I will obviously waive closing.
Okay, thank you. Are there any proponents of LB 212? You may come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. My name is Jared Burke, spelled Jerrod Burke. I'm from Curtis, Nebraska. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LB 212. I'm a farmer, small businessman, a former educator, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. My main interest in this bill is the paving of all unpaved state highways in Nebraska. More specifically, the nearly 19 miles of unpaved surface of Highway 18, which runs through Frontier and Gospel County. I'm not as familiar with the rest of the highways this bill would improve, but if anything like Highway 18, I'm sure they're probably in dire need of improvement as well. Our family homesteaded the land we currently farm 2 miles off Highway 18. Our farm now extends and runs adjacent to part of Highway 18. Our family has a long history in this area. I have no idea how many times we've been told that this road to be paved, dating back to the 1970s. It has never happened. It now seems the status quo is current policy. Highway 18 is the main artery that serves the needs of the area. An improved Highway 18 would serve as a much better connection to Highway 83 on the west and Highway 82 and 283 on the east than what currently exists. It would also serve the residents of the eastern half of Frontier County with better access to the county seat of Stockville and residents of southern and western Gospel County with better access to the county seat of Elwood. An additional benefit of this connection would likely regional traffic would pass through this area. This will serve as economic development for the area and could bring in new residents and increase the tax base for the area. I'm including a letter from a local school district that utilizes roughly 10 miles of Highway 18 to transport students to and from school. A paved highway would increase safety and likely provide a better and safer route for many area school districts to travel for school-related activities. Without a doubt, the major need of Highway 18 is ag-based. Equipment is much larger than the road is designed for. Grain, cattle, fertilizer trucks use the road extensively. Sprayers, tractors, and other ag-related equipment are common, not to mention passenger vehicles as well. Traffic on this roadway is robust. A paved surface would improve for better safe passage of these vehicles, along with additional traffic that is bound to occur on an improved surface. It's interesting to listen to the testimony in the previous bill about, the surface of the roadway being important. On this previous bill, we're talking about a gravel highway here. The gravel highway surface of Highway 18 is unpredictable at best. Just being gravel itself is a safety hazard. Anytime we have any sort of moisture, the road becomes very muddy and sloppy. When it snows, there are many areas that are unpassable. Not something you would expect from a state highway. I brought some pictures that I've distributed with how the road looks during these constant freezing and thawing cycles we've had during this winter. And that's not unusual. I could have taken those pictures multiple times during the course of the year. The need for fast and efficient emergency services in the area is impacted by the unreliable surface of Highway 18. In its current condition, it really could be the difference between life and death. The surface is just not one hazard. You can see from the pictures, there are many blind hilltops and cuts where visibility is very limited. Part of this with the narrow areas and the soft shoulders, and the road is very hazardous. Recently, Governor Pillen in his testimony in support of LB 706, as reported on KLVN's website, noted that the safety issues for existing travelers on Highway 18, or on Chilean highways, I should say. He says the legitimate safety hazard when you consider truck traffic, farm vehicles, and other types of heavy equipment to traverse these roadways. Improvements are necessary to make sure they are safe for everyone. Nebraska Chamber President Brian Sloan also testified in support of LB 706. He said our highways are often the lifeblood of our communities. We need quality roadways to ensure our goods are safely and efficiently transported from farm or manufacturer to market, and that our kids and families can safely get to school and work. I cannot agree more with Governor Pillen and Mr. Sloan. I would add one caveat, however. The roads they're talking about that need repair are currently paved 2-lane highways. I don't argue the fact that these roads could need improvement as well. However, LB 12 addresses roads that are not paved up to this point. These roads are not up to the standards the governor and Mr. Sloan are calling safety hazards. Nebraska Department of Roads has equipped and trained to maintain hard surface roads. In these areas, these unpaved road highways, it's necessary to maintain additional equipment and train operators to maintain the surface. Paving the remaining 44 miles of state highway would eliminate this need. I understand Nebraska is currently in a very positive place as far as revenue goes. I also understand there is very much interest in how the surplus is spent. It just seems improving these roads has a great deal of long-term benefits and the kind of investments that should be made. Some bridge and culvert work has already been done on Highway 18. This should help reduce the cost, at least this stretch of the roadway. An added benefit of LB 212 is that it would also fund infrastructure improvements in the eastern and in the western part of the state. It's time to finish paving the Nebraska highway system. It's gone on long enough. I want to thank Senator Sloan for introducing this bill. Without it, I suspect it would not be overly well known that there are still 44 miles of unpaved highway in the state of Nebraska. I would encourage you to vote LB 212 out of committee and to the full floor of the legislature. A party designation by any senator or this committee would also be helpful. Thank you for your time and interest. I drove over 3 hours to be here today. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them while I'm here. So thank you for your time.
Did you drive over this road to get here today?
I did.
Well,
It's a little better shape today than what the picture shows, but
we appreciate your trip and you being here. Thank you.
I'd be
Are there
happy.
any questions on the committee? Yes, Senator Brandt.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you for coming here today. Yeah, it does seem a little unusual in this day and age that we still have rock or gravel roads that were designated highways. I remember growing up, we had a lot of these, and it seemed like they eventually got paved or they turned them back to the county. Where does this road go? Does it go from Curtis north?
it originates in Curtis and goes south and east towards Stockville, which is the county seat. And that road is paved. And then it's paved for another 10 miles past Stockville. And then the final 19 miles then to where it joins Highway 283 on the east is unpaved. And that's the part that is still vastly unimproved for the most part.
Your Frontier County, is that correct?
Correct, Frontier and Gosper. Our farm is in Gosper County and Frontier County.
And this road goes between both those counties, Frontier and
Correct,
Gosper.
goes right through the middle of them.
So I know in Jefferson County, our county has stepped up and we, for years, tried to turn roads over to the state and they wouldn't take them. And we finally just bonded a bunch of concrete that the county's paying for. Does Frontier have the ability to take a project like this on?
You know, not being on the Board of Commissioners, I would know that for sure. I can tell you that in 2005, the Department of Roads approached the counties about taking over the road. And I know at that time the counties were not interested just because of the future costs. But I mean, it needs a lot of improvement just to even be the point that the county would even be considering it, I would think. I mean, it'd be costly to maintain, I'm sure.
All right, thank you. Thank you for driving in today.
You bet, thank you.
Senator Mosher?
So did you come in on Highway 2?
Did I come in on Highway 2? No, I came on Interstate 80 from the west to Lexington.
Oh, you're way out?
Yeah, I'm way out west in southwestern part of the state.
Okay, well, knowing that Senator Slama was behind this, I was thinking it was in her district.
Right. No,
I was just
I
gonna-
actually just came across the bill, by perusing through some of the bills, and I noticed that bill being introduced, and I thought, oh, paved highways, boy, we need that. So I have contacted Senator Slama's office, but by no way did she solicit, I solicited her more than she solicited me, so.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Brown?
Yeah, real quick again, it almost seems like we have two different concepts in this bill. That we've got one to expand Highway 75 on the eastern edge of the state, and then another portion of this to pave 39 miles of road for, I think, $90 million is what was in the fiscal note. Would you be all right if those two were separated?
I don't know. That'd be up to for you guys to decide, I guess, and Senator Slama, if you want them separated. I mean, I'm not very familiar with Highway 75, so I don't know what the needs are. So for me to speak against that at this point in time, I'm not sure it's fair to the people that know more about it than I do. So I would defer that to someone else with more knowledge of that roadway than myself.
All right, thank you.
So I didn't answer your question very well, but that's all I know about it, so.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for
Okay.
coming today.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman
bet.
Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Doug Friedley, D-O-U-G-F-R-I-E-D-L-I. I live in Nebraska City. I'm speaking in favor of LB 212. I'm also representing the Nebraska City Area Economic Development Corporation, who supports this bill, Nebraska City Tourism and Commerce, and also the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce. My main concern is safety. I had a personal friend get killed on Highway 75, and hardly a month goes by that we don't hear of a fatal accident somewhere between Plattsmouth and the Kansas border. It's tragic. We see lots of accidents, lots of crashes and wrecks on this two-lane road. The shoulders have not been maintained now in anticipation, I think, of a four-lane expansion, which has been promised since I lived in town for 30 years and still hasn't happened. It's a very dangerous road. The economic benefits are huge to good transportation, as already been, testified to. We have a lot of commerce in our area. We have two power plants along this corridor, NPPD and OPPD. They have lots of supplies that come in and out. We have a huge grain terminal in Nebraska City, both by rail, by highway, and by barge. We have a lot of grain coming in and out of our community. We also have livestock and fertilizer, a huge fertilizer business by Heartland Co-op. We also have Cargill Processed Meats. They process their beef up in Schuyler, and then those box beef come down to Nebraska City and it's processed there. All of that product is transported by trucks, by semi-trucks. We're also the home of Honeywell Gas Meter. 70% of the gas meters in the United States are made in Nebraska City. And again, that product comes in and out of Nebraska City by truck. We have a number of industries in town. We have 2,462 workers that commute into Nebraska City every day. 2,462, coming from as far as Lincoln and Omaha. We also have outbound commuters, people that live there and work in the metro area. That's another 4,798 people. Highway 75, when there's a flood, on the Missouri River, which again, I've lived in Nebraska City for 30 years. I've seen 3 500-year floods. In 1993, in 2011, which was bigger than the 93 flood, and then most recently 2019, which was the biggest of all. When I-29 on the Iowa side gets closed because of flooding, which I've seen 3 times, that traffic comes over to Highway 75. And Highway 75 becomes Interstate 75, 2-lane road that truckers, vehicles trying to get, as was explained, down to Kansas City area, or even all the way to Topeka and Texas. All of that traffic is on Highway 75, becomes extremely dangerous. Emergency vehicles, we have hospitals in Nebraska City, in Auburn, and in Falls City, all located close to Highway 75. Again, those emergency personnel, the physicians that commute from Omaha and Lincoln into our rural communities to the hospitals and clinics, all have to travel this road. In addition to our, of course, our emergency personnel, the sheriff and police. Highway 75 is also a connector. It connects Highway 2 to Highway 34, 2 U.S. highways, and it's a connector road. Lastly, that gravel road west of Nebraska City, one of those 3 unpaved roads, also very dangerous, as was just attested to. In addition, then there's a 3rd unpaved highway in Pawnee County, which is, both of those are in Senator Slama's district. So thank you for your consideration. It's long overdue. I hope we can get at least a part of it 4-laned in the very near future to address the safety and commerce issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for
Thank you
being
for
here
your time.
today. Any other proponents? Are there any opponents of LB 212? Any opponents? Are there any who wish to testify in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, that will close the hearing on LB 212. Except that I do have 4 letters. Sorry, I did this again. I have 5 letters, actually, 4 in support, none in opposition, and 1 in the neutral. And with that, we'll move on to LB 721. Senator Ballard, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Senator Bo Ballard. For the record, that is B-E-A-U-B-A-L-L-A-R-D. I represent the 21st Legislative District in Northwest Lincoln and Northern Lancaster County. Today, I'm introducing LB 721, a bill that seeks to appropriate $25 million to the Department of Transportation to begin planning for the East Beltway project in Lancaster County. The Nebraska Corridor Protection Statutes provide that responsible infrastructure planning. It allows for identification and protection of future transportation corridors prior to costly and conflicting development of land. For the traveling public, corridor protection provides the opportunity to have transportation alternatives delivered at a more cost-effective manner. In September 2002, the environmental impact statement was approved by the Federal Highway Administration for the purposes of the South and East Beltway in accordance to the National Environmental Policy Act. In 2006, the corridor protection was put in place for the East Beltway. The East Beltway will constitute the east leg of the freeway system around Lincoln. That is made up of Interstate 80 to the north, the Homestead Expressway or Highway 77 to the west, and the South Beltway to the south. The East Beltway is an important part of Lincoln's future transportation network. It provides benefits to the environment, property, business owners, and the traveling public. The plan also takes into consideration the protection of environmentally sensitive areas. Residents and business owners can make informed decisions about their property and plan for the future infrastructure that will meet their needs. The plan to develop the Beltway has already been approved according to the federal and state regulations. We just need to appropriate the funds to carry out this construction. I hope you look favorably upon LB 721 and view it as a necessary step forward to meeting Lincoln and Lancaster counties and state of Nebraska's infrastructure needs. The benefits of the East Beltway project will be elaborated upon in testimony behind me, but I will answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Board.
Thank you, Senator Geis. Senator Ballard, how do we avoid the problem of the special legislation problem with constitutionality with this?
I appreciate that question. It's something we're working on. There is case law that the legal counsel, I've been working with the legal counsel of this committee to work through that problem.
Okay.
Any further? No, I don't have any further at this time, but there has been legislation in the past that addresses this issue, and I'll get those specifics for you.
But I mean, sort of okay, maybe we can get around the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law was, we don't want to just have like great senators who are able to pass things well come in and therefore they get their area, sort of developed and money goes to their area and not to other areas. I think that was the spirit behind that. So is that something
It's something I'm cognizant of, yes.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Do you plan to stay around for
I will be here,
closing?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Any proponents to LB 721? Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon to you as well. Good afternoon, Senator Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Krista Yoakum, CHRISTA and I'm appearing before the committee in my capacity as the chair of the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners. And I'm here to testify on behalf of the Lancaster County Board in support of LB 721. Constituents, commuters who drive all the way across town on local streets, businesses whose commerce and employees slog through local traffic, all want to hear the East Beltway is coming. Virtually every meeting we attend. I've heard the community's persistent enthusiasm for the East Beltway, and I'm here today because the time has finally arrived. This project is not limited to a local impact. Effective transportation infrastructure is vital to keeping Nebraska economically competitive, and physical transportation infrastructure is an integral part of the supply chain that supports our continued local, region, and statewide growth within the wider global economy. Now that the South Beltway is substantially complete in record time due to the state of Nebraska leadership, combined with significant local support, we already see new residential and commercial development being planned and the unlocking of new economic opportunities. The East Beltway remains the final uncompleted portion of the expressway system around the city of Lincoln and the last piece of the puzzle to fully realizing the benefits of easy regional interconnectivity around and throughout the capital city and Lancaster County. In support of this project, Lancaster County and the city of Lincoln have invested millions of dollars in securing the East Beltway corridor for future development. In 2006, the state of Nebraska, Lancaster County, and the city of Lincoln partnered to invest in preliminary design of the East Beltway corridor, with the county and the city equally contributing the local match. Following the design, the county and the city have cooperated since 2008 to strategically protect the East Beltway corridor by purchasing parcels of real estate within the corridor when they come up for sale. Thanks to these local efforts, the East Beltway is a mature project that is ready for the final planning stages. Like the South Beltway, the East Beltway requires state of Nebraska leadership and an infusion of federal, state, and local funding. The current momentum behind the infrastructure development at the federal level represents the most favorable opportunity to complete this project that most of us will see in our lifetimes. LB 721's smart investment in preparing environmental studies, in the designing of the roadway and structures for the Beltway, and in estimating the costs and schedule for the completion of the Beltway will place this project in an advantageous position to secure some competitive federal funding for the state of Nebraska. Simply put, LB 721 will push the East Beltway to the forefront of federal funding discussions, and this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. On behalf of the county board and the citizens of Lancaster County, I'm proud to appear before you with other local, regional, and state leaders from the public and private sectors to ask this committee to support LB 721, which will affect a generational change in the way we live and work in the state of Nebraska. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Frederickson.
Thank you, Chair Geist, and thank you, Commissioner Yoka, for being here and testifying. I think it's a really compelling argument to set aside or appropriate rather the funding for the Beltway. I'm curious if you had any thoughts on Senator Boer's question about just the constitutionality of the.
That part I don't know about. I'm sorry, I don't have any insight into that.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman Geist. Thank you, Commissioner Yocum. How much of the grant do you have purchased for this project?
I don't know the amount. It's possible that Engineer Dingman, Lancaster County Engineer Dingman, following me might know, but if not, we'll get that information for you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do not see any. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Geist and Senators. My name is Abby Pasco. I am the Waverly City Council President.
Did you spell your name?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Abby, ABBEY PASCOE. So I'm the Waverly City Council President and the lead for economic development for the city of Waverly. I wanted to make a statement today in support of Senator Ballard's LB 721 and the allocation of money to begin the necessary studies and purchases for the East Beltway. This Beltway project is important to Waverly for numerous reasons. First and foremost, safety. 148th Street and 112th Street currently serve as the de facto East Beltway for South Lincoln residents to get to Omaha and West Omaha residents to get to South Lincoln. School District 145 that has schools in Eagle and Waverly encompasses 268 square miles of land in 4 different counties. 148th Street is how many of our young, inexperienced driving students get to school in Waverly. It is also how our buses bus our students and how the many parents who travel to activities travel with their families. Many farmers around Waverly are trying to find a safe route to drive their equipment and move their ag products to market. With the increasing amount of traffic on this stretch of shoulderless county road, it is an important safety issue for people in and around our community. This issue will only continue to get more significant as the traffic counts climb on 148th Street. This Beltway is also vital for economic development in and around Waverly. The city of Waverly is growing at a rate of around 3% annually. We are actively working on developing along our Highway 6 corridor to I-80. By allocating the funds to this project, the city of Waverly and the owners of this available land will be able to further market these parcels for growth. The businesses we are currently marketing to will add great value to our citizens, travelers of I-80, as well as visitors to the Lancaster Event Center. Thank you for time and your public service.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator DeBoer.
I think I maybe just didn't hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for being here. Did you say you're growing by 3%?
Yes.
It's a great place. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. I
Thank you.
appreciate you being here. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for allowing me to be here today. Chairwoman Geis and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. I'm Elizabeth Elliott, ELIZABETH I'm the Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities, and I'm here to testify in support of LB 721. Lincoln Transportation and Utilities' mission is to build and maintain a road network that offers safe and convenient transportation and a high quality of life for our community members. LB 721 advances this mission. The East Beltway corridor and project are identified in both our 2050 long-range transportation plan and our comprehensive plan. And as Senator Ballard mentioned, along with other growth projects, the East Beltway will be an important part of Lincoln's long-range growth plans and transportation network. Our current efforts in partnership with the state of Nebraska and the Lancaster County Engineers Office are focused on the East Beltway corridor preservation. Further analysis and funding studies are needed to determine the costs, benefits, impact, and timeline of this project. A project as large and complex as the East Beltway will take a partnership of federal, state, and local officials to make it happen. The state of Nebraska, Lancaster County, and the city of Lincoln have a long-standing tradition of working together to deliver critical infrastructure that serves all Nebraskans. This $25 million investment will allow us to continue our tradition of collaboration and partnership to bring safe, reliable infrastructure that will be a benefit to our entire state. Therefore, we ask your support of LB 721. And thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I do have one. Do you know how much of the land has been purchased along the corridor for the East Beltway?
I would have to double check, and I believe County Engineer Pam Dingman can give you the exact numbers. So I would
We'll
defer
wait
to
for
her
her.
expertise on
Okay.
that one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, Senator Decay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. Thank you, Senator Geist. How many miles is the East Beltway project going to be?
Right now, the layout, it's 13 miles long. So if you think of the South Beltway, that's about 8 miles. We're looking at about 5 miles longer than the South Beltway.
And so you're still in the very early planning stages of it? Have you started working on getting easements and stuff like that yet?
We have probably a majority, but again, I would defer that to Pam Dingman on this. But we have a significant portion of that reserved and preserved for this effort.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do not see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other proponents? Proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Pam Dingman, spelled P-A-M-D-I-N-G-M-A-N. I am the Lancaster County Engineer. Today, there are 3 bills before you that reference major highway projects: Highway 75, the East Beltway, and Highway 81. All 3 of these projects are worthy of our time and treasure. In the past, we may have competed with each other for what project had the biggest impact or was the best or the most needed. Currently, times are different. With the passing of the bipartisan infrastructure law, there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to complete many needed projects. We have the opportunity to apply for grants that could help us get this project across the finish line. These grants require a fair amount of work, not a surprise, being completed prior to submitting them. However, in the case of the East Beltway, there is a fair amount of work that's already been done. As much as I would like to call the East Beltway my dream, it really is the dream of the previous generation of engineers. The first agreement to define the corridor of the South and the East Beltway was signed by NDOT, Lancaster County, and the City of Lincoln on April 12, 1995. That was before I even had an engineering license. Over the next several years, this partnership spent approximately $1.2 million to complete the corridor study and the environmental study. The final study was approved, and I actually have it with me. Engineers get paid by the weight of the study, by the way. Everyone knows that. Was approved by the Federal Highway Administration in 2002. This study actually identifies that in 1996, the payoff period for the South and the East Beltway was just 13 years in 1996. In 2006, the corridor protection for the approved alignment was put in place. In 2007, the city of Lincoln and Lancaster County signed an interlocal agreement to purchase land as needed for the Beltway. Several tracts of land have been purchased on the north end of the East Beltway, a piece south of Tractor Supply, south of Smart Chicken, south of Lincoln Auto Auction, and south of Watts Electric, as well as a piece in the Pioneer corridor. In 2018, my department conducted a traffic study on 148th Street, located east of the East Beltway. From Highway 2 to Amberley Road in Waverly, that study indicates that without the East Beltway, 148th Street will need to be upgraded to 4 lanes with intersection improvements by 2040. As Waverly just testified, they're a growing community, and that corridor is unfortunately growing with them. In 2018, the cost for this corridor was $40 million. In addition, the study identified 50 crashes from 2013 to 2018. Regionally, many cities the size of Lincoln have beltways. Topeka, Kansas, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Springfield, Missouri, Davenport, Iowa, to name a few. Building the East Beltway will pull traffic from Lancaster counties and the city of Lincoln's congested corridors and provide more efficient routes. The East Beltway is a dream of mine. Along with my peers at the city of Lincoln, we are dedicated to seeing this project to fruition. Please make the East Beltway a reality for the next generation.
Thank you for your testimony, and you answered some of our questions in that. So are there any other questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman Guys. Thank you, Engineer Dingman. So where is the north interchange going to be located at? Is that going to be at Smart Chicken and Tractor Supply? Is that approximately?
Senator Brandt, it is just south of that. And so is where the interchange would connect. So just south of I-80, kind of behind, yes, Smart Chicken, Tractor Supply, and Watts Electric.
So they would still keep the existing interchange open going into Waverly then?
That is correct.
The Beltway itself is actually a half a mile west of 148th. Would that be correct? Maybe?
It's about like 120th, if that makes sense
Yes.
to you. So, yeah, it's
So
a little
then,
more than a half mile.
Is there going to be an interchange on the south intersection, or are you going to use the existing 120th?
So as the corridor would come down, there would actually, as currently laid out in the study, there would be an interchange every 2 miles all the way until it reached the connection of Highway 2 and the new South Beltway.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Senator Mosher.
So would the East Beltway be a quicker way to get to Nebraska City than taking the South Beltway if you're coming from the west?
It would be if you're coming from the west.
Well, like if you're on the interstate, you get off on 77, you go down to the South Beltway and you buzz around, you get on Highway 2, go to Nebraska City, so.
So if you were coming from Waverly, maybe from the co-op with a farm to market route, then the East Beltway would be a simpler way for you to get to Nebraska City with your goods.
It's gonna connect to the interstate on the north end.
On the north end, it connects to I-80, and on the south end, it connects to Highway 2.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. If it gets me faster through there, then I'm for it.
We hope that you drive safely.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Additional proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geis and the members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Katie Bohlmeyer, Katie Bohlmeyer, and I am the Policy and Research Coordinator at Lincoln Independent Business Association. LIBA represents over 1,000 businesses primarily located in Lincoln and Lancaster County, and a significant part of our mission is to communicate the concerns of the business community to elected and appointed officials at all levels of government. Our organization was founded to give small businesses a voice with local government, a mission which we will serve today. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak and for our members in the small business community. With the completion of the South Beltway looming, it's the perfect time to start planning the development for an East Beltway. We believe the importance of this project creates more reliability and efficiency, serving as a catalyst for jobs, growth, tourism, and economic prosperity for the city of Lincoln, Lancaster County, and the state of Nebraska. Not only will this bring the city and county to a level all other cities of this size are at with the complete Beltway, but it also brings a level of safety for all Nebraskans. The South Beltway was the state's largest transportation project, with the conversation starting in the 60s. It took almost 60 years to get off the ground. LIBA was a proud voice of support for the South Beltway, and we will continue to do so for the East Beltway. This is our opportunity to continue a mindset of growth and begin the efforts to create a more viable and successful state. This is only the first step to a long process, but the most important step in terms of gaining traction to a much-needed development to our state's transportation needs. Thank you, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Geist, and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. I'm Bruce Boyer with the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. For the record, my name is spelled B-R-U-C-E-B-O-H-R-E-R. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to support Senator Ballard's LB 729. As you know, appropriating 25 million in general fund dollars to begin planning for the East Beltway, the final segment that will complete the transportation loop for our capital city and region. Infrastructure, especially transportation infrastructure for our rapidly growing capital city, is of utmost importance for our continued growth, which is why the Chamber has been so heavily involved in state policy related to transportation infrastructure. We have prioritized efforts on transportation infrastructure because it's so essential for growing a community. I love Katie from LIBA's comment about a mindset of growth. Our current 2023 state policy agenda has a plank for road infrastructure that states that we will prioritize efforts to protect the Build Nebraska Act and safeguard the security of the Highway Trust Fund. The Chamber will continue advocacy and coalition building to secure state funds related to Lincoln South and East Beltway projects. We believe there is significant funding gap for road infrastructure needs across the state, which has been discussed here earlier. And that's at least partially funded under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The Lincoln South Beltway, which was funded under the Build Nebraska Act and included over $70 million in directed local funding to match that effort, will have enormous public safety, road system efficiency, and economic growth benefits. The Chamber will work cooperatively with coalitions to protect against any legislative efforts to undermine the Build Nebraska Act, and will support innovative legislative proposals aimed at accelerating road system improvements. We've seen that recently. Thank you, Madam Chair, for prioritizing effort on that a few years ago, which was something that helped really accelerate the South Beltway project. Also, the Lincoln Chamber led a 6-month process for developing a new strategic plan for growth, regional growth. We branded this the Vitality Lincoln Plan that was rolled out at our annual meeting last Thursday. It also includes transportation loop as a hot topic. Additionally, we organize with the city a series of what we call collaboration roundtables with local leaders and state senators from the region, including several on the panel here today. And these discussions also identify the East Beltway as one of our key community consensus issues. So I really appreciate having nearly all our full delegation signed onto this proposal. Finally, because of my long history of dealing with the major regional transportation projects, I just have to make a comment about a gentleman that used to serve on the Highway Commission, was very influential in getting the South Beltway designated, and was a pro, the late, great Dwayne Ackley. And I know I leave out a lot of people when I start saying who was involved. That was the gentleman that, when I first started with the chamber over 20 years ago, kind of took me under his wing and really talked to me about the importance. And we've heard it today. It's not just in Lincoln, it's all across the state, the importance of transportation infrastructure. We appreciate Senator Ballard and the host of co-sponsors for being future forward thinkers and putting 721 in front of the committee. With that, I will conclude my remarks and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Ackley is missed.
Yeah.
Are there any questions on the committee? I do not see any.
All right, thank you all.
Any additional proponents? Good afternoon.
Afternoon. For the record, my name is Alex Stevens, ALEX-STEPHENS, and I am a citizen here of Lancaster County. I want to first apologize to you. My printer doesn't do larger things than 8.5 by 11, so if you can't see it, I'm really sorry. And for whatever reason, it decided to be purple today. I'm blue. In any case, while the current idea for the Eastern Bypass was really set out in the 1990s, there were original designs for the existence of a full ring road system in Lincoln going all the way back to the 1960s. This ring road would have included a freeway that would have been between where 70th Street and 84th Streets are now. This plan was eventually shoveled during a time period in which Lincoln's municipal government was less growth-friendly than it is now, in the name of the Burgoyne environmental movement of the 1970s. The result of this desire for environmental sustainability, however, is that if you look on the map I've given you, the eastern roads of Lincoln are actually significantly more congested than you would otherwise expect, given the nature of the city, as downtown is on the western end. The reason why is because there are ways to bypass many of the roads on the west side but not on the east, which results in traffic levels that are actually higher on portions of 70th and 84th Streets than ever existed on, or existed on almost all portions of Nebraska Parkway, what was once called Highway 2. It should be mentioned that both of these roads have numerous elementary and middle schools in which there's more than 30,000 cars going across them per day. A danger that can be rectified with the Eastern Bypass. There are also advantages beyond traffic and congestion limitations by creating ring roads. There are substantial industrial resources that have already been built in South Lincoln as a result of the old Highway 2 and along Highway 77. These set industrial resources provide a huge boon to the Lincoln economy, but their benefit to the Nebraska as a whole is largely dependent upon the logistical resources to provide for these industrial regions with any other, including those in Omaha. Easier access between these industrial regions enables them to be competitive against larger cities that are larger than both Lincoln and Omaha combined. But having easier access between the two enables them to act nearly as one industrial region. Buildup of an Eastern Bypass would also provide the demand necessary for the development eventually in Lincoln of growth eastward. Currently, the Lincoln municipal water system is gravity fed, and that does mean, however, that we have to grow only uphill. So that to the east of the city is the Stevens Creek Water District, an area that can't be easily developed on simply because we have no access to putting a sewer treatment plant there. And in order to put a sewer treatment plant there, we need to say that there's going to be a demand necessary for that. By enabling or by putting the eastern bypass in, you give the demand for commercial and industrial projects that create the demand for a full sewer system on the eastern side of Lancaster County that would actually decrease sprawl in the long run, because right now sprawl has to go only uphill, which primarily means going further south and further south and further away from downtown, which is why Lincoln is kind of lopsided in terms of its growth pattern south and primarily south. When highway funds changed from the legislative appropriation scheme to one built out of demand, Highway 2, which was at that time the most dangerous highway in Nebraska, finally got 2 lanes on both sides going both ways. I asked this committee to look beyond the current demand for projects and look to future growth of the state. Almost all future growth, population or otherwise, of this state will occur along I-80, more than, I think, about 85% last I checked, sometimes municipalities unfortunately got politicians who thought too small. Fortunately, though, you've seen that this appropriation has both bipartisan support, business support, and is a good investment opportunity for the entire state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any. Thank you. Any other proponents? Are there any opponents to LB 721? Are there any who wish to testify in the neutral capacity? I do not see any. Senator Ballard, you are welcome to close, and when you're coming, I will read that we have 2 letters, one in opposition and one in neutral.
Thank you, Chair Geis, members of the committee. I want to be brief. I'm willing to work with the committee on the concerns that Senator DeBoer and Senator Frederickson brought up, and also willing to work on the dollar amount. If the committee or department has any heartburn over the dollar amount, I'm willing to work on that. But this is kind of the ask that the county and the city of Lincoln came up with that would get the most benefit out of the appropriation. So I'm willing to answer any questions and look forward to the advancement of LB 721.
Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any. Thank you for your testimony. And this will close LB 721, and we will move forward to LB 453. Senator Decay.
Greetings, Senator Decay, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mosier and members of the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. I am Senator Barry Decay, spelled Barry, DE capital KAY, representing District 40 in Northeast Nebraska, and here today to introduce LB 453. LB 453 is an omnibus technical cleanup bill brought to me by the Department of Transportation, which seeks to make several changes to modernize state law. NDOT believes these changes will lead to greater efficiency internally and in project delivery with locals and contractors. These are not new laws, but rather updates to existing laws. Section 1 of the bill would allow for the NDOT to pay for the Division of Aeronautics administrative and salary costs out of the same source as the rest of the department, the Highway Cash Fund. Currently, NDOT employees on the road side of the NDOT are paid out of the Highway Cash Fund, but the Aeronautics Division employees are paid out of the Aeronautics Cash Fund. When the legislature approved the merger of the Department of Roads and the Department of Aeronautics to create the Department of Transportation via LB 339 in 2017, funding was kept separate between the two. The concern at the time was that road money would be used for aviation projects and vice versa. This provision is still maintained in LB 453 as it prohibits highway cash fund money from being used for direct construction costs like airport repairs, operations, and maintenance. By paying for aeronautics salaries and benefits from the highway cash fund, it would simplify NDOT accounting and budgeting procedures, creating savings by allowing certain administrative functions from the roads side to be used throughout the entire department and further free up money within the Division of Aeronautics smaller budget. Approximately $2 million would be available in the Aeronautics Cash Fund after this switch for aviation projects, as it would no longer be needed for administrative costs. This money would then be repurposed in the form of grants to Nebraska's local airports, which may not be able to accept federal funding because they are unable to provide the required matching funds. Section 2 of the bill would lower the threshold for what counties must contribute to be eligible for state matching funds from the state aid bridge fund from 50% to up to 20%. The state aid bridge fund was created in 1973 and allows NDOT to contribute state funds to the completion of county bridges that counties may otherwise be unable to afford. Currently, the statutory requirement is that the county pays 50% of the cost, which has limited the usability of this fund. Revising the percentage counties are required to provide from 50% to up to 20% would allow more counties to make use of state and federal dollars to repair their deficient bridges. Due to inflation, bridge repair and replacement costs have increased, and so too have the required matching amounts. Yet counties often don't have that much money available, leading to fewer applications to state aid bridge fund. By lowering the percentage to up to 20%, NDOT can use the discretion to lower the required match so projects can be completed. This change would especially be helpful for smaller rural counties, as more of them would be able to make use of these funds, helping to address the state's many deficient county bridges. Section 3 of the bill would increase the threshold at which contractors have to bid at through the NDOT's sealed bidding process from $100,000 to $250,000. This threshold was set into statute by LB 312 in 2015. NDOT has seen a decrease in the number of bids on small contracts for projects other than highway construction, namely for small repair and maintenance tasks such as guardrail replacement, fence repair, and mowing the highway right away. Due to inflation, these projects may now exceed the $100,000 threshold. Small contractors are often not able to justify the extra time and cost to pre-qualifying and submitting sealed bids. Due to inflation, the old threshold is outdated and NDOT believes the new limit will bring more competitive bids. I do want to let the committee know that the NDOT worked on this amendment, AM 333, which simply harmonizes the change from $100,000 to $250,000 in the neighboring statute. It was NDOT's intention to raise this threshold in the list of exemptions for when contractors are required to pre-qualify, which is found in Section 2 of the statute 39-1351 and is also currently $100,000. This was erroneously omitted from the bill but would be fixed with this proposed amendment. Section 4 of the bill would simply complete the authorization for the payment of the Division of Aeronautics Administration salary and benefit costs from the Highway Cash Fund. An additional revision made by the bill drafters would remove an obsolete provision from the 2017 that directed the state treasurer to transfer $15 million out of the roads operations cash fund over the course of 2 years. This provision was added when Nebraska was facing a budget deficit. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, Director Kramer, who isn't here, but one of our representatives is, will be testifying after me and can expand on what I discussed with you today. She will be able to answer any technical questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I probably plan on staying.
I thought maybe you would. You have the next bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Geis and members of the Transportation Telecommunication Committee. My name is Mo Jamshidi, Moejamshidi. I'm Deputy Director for Operations at the Nebraska Department of Transportation. I'm here in the support of LB 453. You will probably hear a lot of the same things Senator Decay just said in a slightly different accent. So there'll be a lot of repeating there. LB 453 will update and modernize several sections of the law that will ultimately improve Nebraska's NDOT support of Nebraskans. These include, first, updating the state aid bridge fund statute by reducing the match percentage a county must provide to be considered for this fund. Two, helping to better integrate Division of Aeronautics into the Department of Transportation. And the third one is authorizing an increase in the dollar threshold before which NDOT must seek pre-qualification and sealed bid. The state aid bridge was created back in 1973 as part of the Nebraska Statute 39-847. The existing statute requirements that a county must pay 50% of the cost for a bridge project has limited the use of this fund. Many counties cannot afford 50% match. In the federal program, they are used to paying 20% of the match. So NDOT believes the state aid bridge fund will be more practical if we reduce the 50 to as much as 20%. NDOT is proposing to revise the percentage. Counties are required from 50 to up to 20%. The up to gives the county and the state additional flexibility to program projects with more reasonable match. And also this language allows consideration of multiple funding sources, including federal funds. The Aeronautics Administration cost. In 2017, the legislature approved LB 339, the merger of the Department of Roads and the Department of Aeronautics to create the Nebraska Department of Transportation. However, to provide clear delineation of revenues, some firewalls were put in place to ensure revenues deposited in the Aeronautics Cash Fund was used for aviation-related purposes, and the revenue generated by the automotive gas taxes are used on the highway infrastructure. Although some efficiencies have been identified and implemented, there is more that we can do. LB 453 addresses one of these issues by authorizing that all Department of Transportation administrative expenses be covered from a single fund. After the passage of the merger bill, employees on the road side of the department continue to be paid with their salaries and benefits from the highway cash fund, while the aeronautics division administration expenses, employees' salaries and benefits continue to be paid out of the aeronautics cash fund. As you can imagine, this has made accounting, budgeting a major challenge and has stunned some of the anticipated efficiencies and savings of merging the departments. NDOT proposes to pay all the NDOT employees' administrative expenses out of the highway cash fund, thereby eliminating this awkward arrangement and further unifying the two departments. If this were to be passed, about $2 million in the aeronautics cash fund would be freed up and could be redirected in the form of grants and other impactful value-added programs to provide additional assistance to the Department of Aeronautics. Currently, the Aeronautics Division predicts that the 20-year needs for the aviation system to be about $500 million. While this change by itself will not do all of that, it will help begin addressing some of the numerous projects that are not complete, such as runways and taxiway improvements in the Blair and Chadron, or a new terminal in North Platte. These funds could be used to provide required state match for federal funds, allowing us to complete more projects. The last piece of this legislation is sealed bidding threshold. Section 3 of the LB 453 revises the threshold at which NDOT must require contractors to go through its comprehensive sealed bidding process from $100,000 to $250,000. LB 312 back in 2015, the legislature gave NDOT authority to enter into the construction contracts for projects estimated to be under $100,000.
Excuse me, your red light's on.
I know, I will not repeat this, but the inflation has really eaten into that $100,000, and we're not able to find any contractors interested on our small projects, and we think the $250,000 is more appropriate.
Great.
I will stop there, thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate having your written testimony too, so we can refer to that.
By the way, you got Vicky Kramer's name on there, so she had to go catch a flight, so I had to do a last minute change.
Well, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
bet. Thank
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Bosselman.
Thank you, Chairman Geis. I have a few questions. The first question, I remember when we merged, I believe, Department of Roads into a Department of Transportation, and Aeronautics went in there. There was robust discussion to keep those funds separate. And now you're talking, now you want to use highway funds to rebuild runways, to rebuild hangars, to rebuild administrative buildings. Is that right?
Yes. But let me answer by caveat one thing though. We consider by including aeronautics into the Department of Roads and making Department of Transportation, we're all about transportation and all modes of the transportation. So this bill does two things. One is really allows us to be more efficient by our own administration things. Let me give you an example. If we are hiring somebody for the Department of Aeronautics right now, we have to charge them the time that it takes for our personnel people, for example, to be working on their recruitment and everything else, because the funds are separate. There's a lot of inefficiencies in that we feel that if we build, our funds are separate. We're not gonna go directly build runways, and they're gonna not build with their funds any highways. But this $2 million
The bill allows you to do that.
can be leveraged to use more federal funds to do some of these airports that they can't even match their federal funds.
Yeah, again, there was robust discussion at the time. to
Sure.
Make sure we kept those separate. I guess it's, we'll hear the other testimony may come in. A little troublesome when we're hearing the lack of highway funds to build highways from previous bills coming in. You're not building those, you're not paving those, but now we're gonna take more funds out of the highway funds, and we're going to build runways or maintenance facilities or other types of things, hangars, and when we don't have that money already in the highway fund.
Just
My
limited to $2 million, Senator. Yeah.
My next question comes of interest to me. Since you have eliminated the county bridge match program, now you want to increase the amount in the SAB into the state aid bridge fund, which means for the counties, that's a good deal, but for the state, that means there's gonna be less bridges done. Because now the little bit of money that we do get in state aid bridge fund, it's gonna cost the state more, DOT more, counties less, so we're gonna only be able to repair or replace fewer number of bridges because of that.
Let me answer that question. First of all, the fund itself, it's not that much. It's about $64,000 a month that goes into that fund from the Highway Trust Fund. And that amount at a $750,000 million a year is set. You can't increase that. The use of it is being helped by this bill, because right now, if a county wants to replace $100,000, $200,000 bridge, they have to come up with 50% of that fund. But if they were gonna use their federal funds for those, we would be now able to use 20% of it out of this small cash fund, making them eligible to use the federal funds. So it really isn't that it's costing the state any more money. It's the same amount of money being utilized by the counties in a more efficient way.
I don't disagree with you. It's the same amount of money. The thing is now you're gonna take, if you had $100 to spend on bridges, and now I've got a need to fix 15 bridges, that $100 isn't gonna fix now, since that $100 was at a 50-50 match. Now, since you're an 80-20 match, that $100 isn't gonna go very far. You're only gonna do one bridge instead of maybe 3 bridges. The amount that you're gonna have to be able to support counties, again, since you eliminated the county bridge match program, the amount of money that's out there now to help our counties from the state is a larger number you can do per bridge, but the effect is gonna be, as there'll be less bridges we're gonna be able to work on because of your increase in funding.
We have been told by the counties who are looking at this that they favor this because now they can actually afford it to use it. You're right. If you're only matching, if you're requiring 50, and if there's a lot of counties coming in wanting to put up the other 50, you can impact more bridges. You're absolutely right. But in this one, when you go to up to 20%, you will make it more possible for them to take advantage of the program. But at the end of the day, it's not as many bridges as before, but we're being told it's really not practical for them to come up with 50% of it.
Oh, I appreciate that, and I don't disagree with you. What the end result of what has happened with our county bridges is unfortunately, we're gonna have less bridges repaired or replaced because of the position the DOT has taken.
Potentially, it could be, but we're not coming here doing something that the counties haven't told us it's a good thing for them.
Thank you.
Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you. Okay, Mr.
Jamshidi.
I knew that. For testifying today, I echo what Senator Bosman said. First of all, it looks like we're taking $2 million out of the highway money to finance the administration of the aeronautics, which I'm sure would leave $2 million in aeronautics for them to do something with. Am I saying that correctly?
Absolutely.
So why don't we just keep the system we've got now, use their own money to pay for their own administration, and keep that $2 million, where we can use it for roads and bridges and highways, and then they can use their money for airport maintenance?
Very good question. So we've been asked to take a look at airports around the state as just like we look at all of our other assets. A lot of these airports have available to them, especially through IJA, the new federal bill, federal funding available to do some really good in some of these rural, smaller airports, that the only stumbling block is they don't have enough state cash, the 10% required to pay it. There used to be a time where state paid 5% of that 10%, but the aeronautics budget doesn't support that anymore. So we felt by freeing up this $2 million, you can leverage a lot of federal funds to allow grants for a lot of these small airports that they needed, and also make it easier for us to do business by combining the two. We thought about it long and hard, which way it's the best way to go. And I understand all of the points you're making. We're trying to get more money for highways, but we felt in balance, if the needs of the airports are just as important as the needs of the highways.
And I don't disagree with that. I've got 3 or 4 small airports in my district, but it looks like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, have they researched every revenue stream available to them to raise the monies they need for their matches? I mean, if they're coming up short on the match, that's on that city, that county, that airport to come up with that. Which leads me into the bridge program, moving to the SAB, because I am bringing a bill to try and put $8 million a year into that match program. I was unaware we have $750,000. In the other bill that I'm bringing, it's a 50% match. If you have this 20% match, you're gonna build one bridge, maybe two. I mean, the counties won't be able to get there fast enough. I don't know why you wouldn't leave this at 50% and do what Senator Bossman said. If we could build 2 or 3 box culverts or bridges as opposed to one, unless the state's gonna put several millions of dollars in this fund, I would see no reason to change that.
And we felt the same way at first, but when the money is sitting there and we're being told that the counties are not interested in coming up with 50%, they can't afford it. So you either change the way we do it or find a way. They just, most of the people we talk to, they say this is not practical. Again, we're talking about only $64,000 a month. We wanted to get the pool where people can use it. So I'm totally agreeing with you, and I appreciate the question.
So on the upside, I think the pre-qualification on the sealed bids, I can live with that part of the bill.
Oh, hey,
Okay?
I'll
So
take one out of 3.
we've got some common ground here.
I
Thank
get
you.
1 out of 3.
Any other questions from the committee? I do not see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Proponents, supporters of LB 453. Good afternoon.
Chairman Geist, Senators, my name is John Large, Jon space Large. I'm the past president of the Nebraska Association of Airport Officials. When the Nebraska Department of Aeronautics, now a division of the Department of Transportation, was created in 1945, taxes on aviation fuel were also created to support the department. Historically, after the administrative expenses of the department, now division, were satisfied, excess funds have been offered to airports across the state in the form of capital improvement grants. Unfortunately, with administrative costs increasing at a steady rate over the years and fuel tax revenues being relatively static, funds available for capital improvement grants have steadily increased. Per a 2019 aeronautics report, funds available for grants have been reduced from a high of approximately $1.6 million in 1997 to a low of 0 in 2010 and have slowly rebounded to an average of about $600,000 over the last 5 years. This $600,000 compares to 5-year averages from surrounding states of almost $4.7 million in Kansas and Missouri and over $7 million in Iowa and Wyoming. This proposal to pay for administrative costs of the division from the Highway Cash Fund would relieve the need to support the division on fuel tax revenues and could make nearly all of those revenues, averaging over $1.5 million a year, available for use for capital improvement projects. The importance of this is that while federal funds are available for 90% of eligible project costs, those funds require a 10% local share. This can create a significant burden on airports, many times requiring them to take on long-term debt or to delay projects, or in some cases, return funds to the federal government for lack of the local match. The ability to use fuel tax revenues to match federal grants with a 5% state grant, as an example, would reduce the burden on airports and help ensure that projects to support our airport infrastructure move forward in a timely manner. As an example of how this change could help, the Beatrice Municipal Airport is planning a $6 million project in the next 12 to 18 months. This will require a local share of $600,000. If a 5% state grant could be offered to assist with that local match, the burden on the city of Beatrice is reduced dramatically. And this is just one example. Across the state, over $21 million in federal entitlements were available for 2022. In addition, high priority projects can be awarded discretionary grants, and of course, bill funds are now available. In each and every case, a local match of 10% will be required. If the state can use fuel tax revenue funds to assist those local airports, the cumulative local match for all airports can be cut in half. Clearly, this proposal to pay for costs associated with the administration of the division, making aviation fuel tax funds available to support airports, can have a significant impact on the state's airport infrastructure. As a final point, we would request some consideration of a language change to the amendment, in the amendment to section 3-107. In paragraph 2 of that section, we would suggest that the first sentence be revised to read, "The Department of Transportation shall budget for and pay for any costs related to the administration of the division." This would seem to provide more definitive direction to the amendment and reduce the potential for questions on legislative intent in the future. In summary, with a small change to the language, the Nebraska Association of Airport Officials offers their support for LB 453. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Boston.
Thank you, Chairman Geis. My concern is with this is it opens the door pretty widely to use highway cash funds in a number of airport projects. Would you agree?
Your anticipation, sir, would be a little bit different than mine. My take on the bill is a bit different. I'm reading from paragraph 2 of 3-107. And it says the Department of Transportation may budget for and pay for any costs related to the administration of the division, including but not limited to employee salaries and benefits out of the highway cash fund. Then on line 13, it says, it defines the costs. Such costs do not include costs related to the construction, reconstruction, repair, operation, or maintenance of airport infrastructure.
And then they're asking for funds to match on projects. So in the testimony, it says, I believe it says, you need to match, you need funds to match because you don't have 10% match.
We would use the aviation fuel tax revenues to match local projects, not highway cash funds.
Okay.
Highway cash funds would pay for the administrative costs of the division, which are currently supported by aviation fuel taxes. If the highway cash fund can take over those salaries, the administrative costs of the division, that frees up a little over $1.5 million a year in aviation fuel taxes that can now be solely supporting construction projects.
Understand, and you're correct. The question I have then is one Department of Roads became Department of Transportation, then took in aeronautics. Was there not a robust discussion at that point in time of making sure, one, airports are taken care of, but also keeping things separate?
My recollection is that yes, there was. And I think the aeronautics folks were very, very concerned that very limited aeronautics funds would be used for highway projects.
Right, I would agree. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Grant.
Thank you, Chairman Geis. Thank you, Mr. Large, for your testimony. In your testimony, you outlined the taxes paid, 1.6 million in 1997, 0 in 2010, and these are av fuel taxes, right? Aviation fuel?
No, those numbers are state grant allocations from those particular years.
So that was just money from the general fund that the state?
No, there's no money from the general fund.
Okay.
These were aviation fuel tax dollars that were not required for the administration of the division. And so since they were left over, if you will, they could be used for state grants.
So it was excess after you paid
Yes,
for the overhead?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm following this. So now you compare us against 4.7 million in Kansas and Missouri, 7 million in Iowa and Wyoming. Do they sell that much more aviation fuel, that they have higher numbers there? Where's their revenue stream come from?
Some of the other states do have a bit higher fuel taxes than we. We are at 5 cents per gallon on regular 100 low lead aviation fuel, and we're at 3 cents a gallon on jet fuel. Other states are at 6 cents and 4 cents. I believe that one state is a 5 cent and an 8 cent on jet fuel. I wish I could tell you exactly which. But other states have other programs that help to support aviation. In Kansas, they have a special program. The nickname for it is the Ike program, and that covers all transportation infrastructure in the state. And that helps to support that 4.7 million in Kansas. In Iowa, they have what they call a vertical infrastructure program. That is for hangars and terminal buildings, those supporting structures that you need at an airport. And that is a special fund that Iowa has created to help support Iowa's airports.
So if we were to raise our aviation fuel 1 cent to 6 cents and 4 cents, what does that do to the state? Is that significant or not?
Let's see. Right now, we're selling in 2021. In 2021 and 2022, we sold about 54 million gallons of aviation fuel. 1 cent on 54 million gallons is $540,000.
Is that significant?
It would be today when our average for the last 5 years was only 600,000. A penny would almost double the funds available.
Would you be opposed to an amendment to the bill that did that?
I wouldn't.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Geist, Senator Kay, and committee members. I'm Tom Trumbull, TomTrumble. I am a member of the Nebraska Department of Transportation Aeronautics Commission. I am testifying today as an individual. I'm speaking in support of Bill 453. I did submit an electronic comment to the bill earlier, supporting the bill and suggesting a slight wording change similar to what Mr. Large mentioned. Upon further research, I now support the bill as it is published. LB 453 addresses several topics relating to the Nebraska Department of Transportation. I am addressing the items in the bill that pertain to the NDOT Division of Aeronautics. The Division of Aeronautics has reduced and/or eliminated services and state grants to airports to manage their budget. I offer this very brief description of my understanding of the current funding mechanism for the Aeronautics Division of NDOT. Aviation fuel tax and outside services provided by the division are the major funding sources. A caveat to that, there's no money comes from the general fund. So those are basically it. To my knowledge, this funding mechanism has not changed since 1985, at which time the fuel tax on aviation jet fuel was reduced from 5 cents per gallon to 3 cents per gallon. By comparison, the Nebraska automotive gasoline fuel tax for the Department of Roads is 28 cents per gallon. This funding system did not change when the Nebraska Department of Aeronautics became the division of the Department of Transportation in 2017. Nebraska has a robust network of quality airports due to the diligent work of the Department of Aeronautics, now NDOT Division of Aeronautics. One of the functions of the Division of Aeronautics is to provide guidance and assistance to airports by administering the Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Grant Funds for Nebraska and assisting airports with managing these AIP grants. The FAA grants require a 10% local match. In the past, the Aeronautics Commission has awarded grants to individual airports to fund up to 1/2 of their local FAA AIP grant match and to fund maintenance and capital improvement projects. Due to increases in expenses over the years and the fixed fuel tax income, the division's state airport grant funding is now very minimal or non-existent. Nebraska stands to lose millions of dollars in federal funds from the inability to fund the federal AIP grant matches. By comparison, our surrounding states provide state grants to airports in the amount of $2 to $5 million annually. Kansas recently announced $11 million of Kansas state grants to airports. At the last Division of Aeronautics Commission meeting held in Hastings on February 10th, 2023, approximately $52 million of planned federal grant requests were approved by the Aeronautics Commission. LB 453 allows the NDOT director the ability to fund the administrative expenses of the Division of Aeronautics. This would make the Division of Aeronautics truly a part of the Department of Transportation. Approximately $2 million of the Division of Aeronautics budget may then become available for maintenance work and grants to state airports. In closing, please support the passage of LB 453. And with that, would you like to ask questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I have a quick question. How competitive is that fuel tax compared to other states?
We're on the low end. And quite truthfully, I want to correct John just a little bit. I believe I'm correct on this. Our fuel tax revenue has been basically flat for maybe 15 years. The usage of aviation fuel in the state really hasn't changed that much. 2020 was an exception. It went completely to pot, and the administrative services or expenses of the division are dependent upon that, and that really puts a bind on it because we don't have a stable revenue source.
So to my colleague's question about raising that 1 cent,
I believe
thoughts
it
about
would be roughly a 20% increase over what we've been getting. And $1.4 million is maybe an average number of the total fuel tax collected on aviation fuel. So 20% would be roughly 280,000. And it varies from year to year. It's not a stable source.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Mosher.
Is there a federal aviation gas tax?
Yes.
Do you know how much it is?
To my knowledge, it's around 23 cents.
23 cents a gallon?
Correct.
And then in some cases, the local city or the airport charges a flow fee.
That is correct.
For gas too, and that's.
Those numbers are generally from a penny to a nickel a gallon.
To help the cities pay for.
In most cases, that flowage fee is about what it takes to provide the fuel system and maintain it.
Yeah. when I was at the city of Columbus, we always struggled with their airport. We didn't get enough use out of it. We spent a lot of money. And they wanted to build hangars. And even at 90%, it was hard to charge enough rent to pay the loans off on the hangars.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you
Appreciate
for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Geist, members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Association of County Officials, also known as NACO, here to testify today in support of LB 453. First, thank you to Senator DeKay for bringing this bill. I certainly appreciate his attention to an issue that impacts counties a great deal, as I'll go into just a little bit. And we also want to thank the Department of Transportation for their strong partnership throughout the years. They've always been great to work with, and we certainly want to help supplement them and have them supplement us where we can. As you've probably heard me testify many times before, the primary responsibilities for county government come down to roads, bridges, law enforcement, courts, jails, and elections. And there's no accident that I have bridges listed number 2 in that list. When you look at the expenditures that counties make, particularly in your smaller, more rural counties, roads and bridges are going to be one of the number 1 cost items. And as most of you all know, we pay for these things through the property tax primarily. And if I were to ask for a show of hands as to what you've heard people talk about when you've done campaigning and knocking door to door, my suspicion is that it's probably going to be property tax just about as much as anything else. So enough said about that. I'll leave that there. One of the reasons that we like something like this is that the state has more diverse funding options. Certainly through a sales tax or through an income tax, you're able to pick up more people that are not residents here. And so generally, you're not devolving it to the local political subdivisions taxpayer. One thing I'd like to mention is that in Nebraska, there are 15,336 bridges. Of those bridges, 11,059 are on the county system. And of those, about 1,760, or just about 16% of our bridges, are considered structurally deficient. And in fact, 216 are currently closed. And so anything that we can do in order to encourage replacement in the construction and in the maintenance of bridges, we're certainly going to be in favor of it every single time. And so we like the bridge match program bills that Senator Mosier and Senator Brand have introduced. This is one more arrow in the quiver, and we certainly urge your adoption of this bill and forwarding it onto the floor for general debate. And I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Wasserman.
Thank you. And I understand, and I appreciate the reduction to 20%, but in the end, that's going to be less bridges that are going to get repaired or replaced because they've only got so much money. And if they increase it, and the state increases the amount that they put in there, then it's going to have a less impact on counties because they're going to be able to do less.
That's a good point, and it's a point well taken, Senator. I guess the way that I would look at it, this will allow more counties to be able to apply, and frankly, all 93 counties are part of my portfolio. I love them all equally, from Douglas all the way down to McPherson, if you're looking in terms of population. But what I would suggest that is through inflation and through the increasing costs of replacing bridges, more and more that 50% match plus the threshold at which we're operating, you're really looking at the largest counties that are able to participate in this program. This opens it up to more rural counties, and so I'm certainly going to be in favor of that.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your comment and where your position is. It's just sad that we're going to see less bridges. Potentially then more counties can participate per se, but less, and especially since they eliminated the county bridge match program.
My next step,
that's
sir,
the sad part, but we're doing less when the need is significant. So
yes, sir. My next step, sir, would be Appropriations Committee to make sure that they've got that transportation has what they need.
I've had discussions with the director, and I don't think she's very supportive of the county bridge match program. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Jay Ferris, that is Jayferris. I'm the Director of Political Engagement and State Policy for Nebraska Farm Bureau. Today I'm here testifying in support of LB 453 on behalf of the Nebraska Cattlemen, Nebraska Farm Bureau Federation, Nebraska Pork Producers Association, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska State Dairy Association, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. We would like to thank Senator Kay for bringing this legislation forward. And primarily, I want to talk about the State Aid Bridge Fund, which has been a successful program the counties have used to maintain infrastructure of their bridges that farmers and ranchers rely upon for both access to their places of business and transport their products to market. LB 453 will modernize the program by reducing the county's match from 50 to up to 20% of the cost of the project. Lowering the local match will help counties make their dollars do more. The organization that I'm representing today have policy that supports efforts to maintain valuable infrastructure in our roads and bridges, and we believe LB 453 will help accomplish this goal. Therefore, we ask the committee to advance LB 453 to general file. We appreciate your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I do not see any.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other proponents?
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, good afternoon. For the record, my name is John Hansen, John, Hansen, Hansen. I am the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. As we looked at this, we thought that at the end of the day, by the time you looked at all of the different things that got done, that it was a good faith effort. Not that we agreed with everything enthusiastically, but overall it was a sort of a making things more efficient within the department and trying to get more bang for the buck. And as always, we could use some additional dollars for both our small airports, especially who struggle, and also our counties who struggle to come up with the cost share money. And so the match money is a hustle. So we looked at that and thought, to Senator Bosselman's point, that if we could get more applications and have more folks apply and not have enough money, we would have a good case to make to come back and ask for more money. So that's how we leaned in that direction. And so I think about everything else has been said that needs to be said. And, you know, when we're in doubt, as we are sometimes, especially looking at the counties and the challenges that they face, we do look to our partners at NACO to see how their folks look at it and how they think about it. And so that did influence us, and that we thought at the end of the day, if they thought that this was an improvement, that we would trust their judgment. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you.
And thank you, and thanks Senator DeKay for bringing the bill.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Chairperson Geist, senators, apologize for my voice. I'm going to do my best here and may diverge a little bit from my statement, but I want to clear a few things up. My name is Nathan Maston, Nathan Masten. I manage the airport in Lexington, Nebraska, and I'm the current president of the Nebraska Association of Airport Officials. We're here to testify in support of 453. Obviously, we've discussed the administrative costs of the division and how that's coming out of the DOT cash fund. A few things we want to clarify is that money does not go to any construction. It won't build any runways. That money that we're talking about is currently that aviation fuel sales tax that we do charge as a state, and that's what currently funds the Division of Aeronautics. To go back to that sales tax that you're referring to, we did have legislation that was proposed a couple of years to increase those sales taxes, and that was turned away adamantly. They didn't want to talk about it because obviously it's new taxes or an increase to taxes. So to say we would be opposed to that, no, we wouldn't be opposed to any increase in that sales tax. My concern is that a penny on those sales taxes really does not bring us anywhere close to what it's going to take to support this system. On the back list, some of the states around us are supporting their aviation system, and that comes out of their general fund. That's not necessarily just fuel sales taxes charged within those states. That's what they're taking to support their airports. In addition, NAO did approach the governor and the appropriations a couple years ago to try and get money from the general fund to help with the airports. And once again, we were turned away. So what we're after is not necessarily a situation where we're trying to take money away from anything. We're just trying to use the money we're already generating to actually support the airports. And we feel that this bill goes a long ways to actually integrating the aeronautics division into the DOT and allows the DOT to actually become a DOT. Because currently we have a DOT, but essentially we're a letterhead only. We're not actually supporting the Department or Division of Aeronautics at all within from the state side. That's most of my comments. And I can help with any more questions that I may have raised.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you, Mr. Maston, for driving all the way from Lexington today. Lexington is pretty typical of most of our rural Nebraska airports.
You're correct. Yep.
So when you get this grant money, what do you in Lexington use it for? Typically,
So
what is this for?
my last project that we did in Lexington, we finished up last summer, and it was solely a maintenance project. All we did was go out and actually repair our runway. That project was just over $1 million, $1.1 million. And we did not replace the runway. All we did was replace the tar in the cracks and cracked panels that were no longer structurally sound. So $1.1 million just to make sure my runway continues to be usable for the next 10 to 15 years.
But that money didn't all come from this fund, did it?
That none of that money came from that fund because, like I said, the state has not supported that match fund at all. So that money is 90-10 money. So 90% of it comes from the FAA, 10% comes from local. In actuality, that last project we did was during COVID. And so the FAA actually funded that project to 100%. That's very unique. That's never happened before to my knowledge. But typically that project would have been funded 90-10, that 10% being from local, which in my case would have been over $100,000 that I would have had to come up with to support that $1 million from the FAA.
So let me get this straight. If we were to do this and use $2 million of highway funds to pay for the admin on the aeronautics, that would free up $2 million to be used to help with the 10% match. Is that correct?
So that's correct. So that would free up approximately $1.5 to $2 million in the aeronautics division's budget, which is currently generated by those aviation fuel sales taxes. That 10% money currently comes from the local match. The division has stated, unofficially, the aeronautics division has stated that they would use that excess money to help local governments, counties and or cities, depending on who owns the airport, with their 10%. Meaning, instead of me waiting potentially 6 or 7 years to do a maintenance project, which is what all my projects have been over the last 15 years, instead of me waiting 6 or 7 years to actually generate enough funds to do that time would be cut in half because the state would provide half of it.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Yes, Senator Mosher.
So at your airport, is there much commercial activity?
So to define commercial in my industry, commercial means scheduled air service. And so there is no scheduled air service. So as far as commercial activity, which I'm assuming you're what we refer to as business traffic, of course, Lexington has a Tyson beef packing plant. So there's several companies, including Tyson's themselves, that fly in and out of my airport. In addition to that, obviously, we support the local ag economy with spraying operations that leave and load out of Lexington. In addition to that, Lexington is very well situated centrally, and so we see a lot of traffic, just people stopping to buy fuel, which obviously we're doing our part to generate as much of that fuel sales tax as we can. So as far as commercial traffic, we are seeing business is always a driver for us. Recently, Orthman Manufacturing, local homegrown business in Nebraska, was bought out by Unverfirth Manufacturing out of Ohio. So currently, those folks are flying in daily and or weekly, obviously, to make that transition and that purchase and that merge of their businesses. But that's the type of traffic we see all the time in Lexington. That's correct.
So, and how big of a city is Lexington?
Approximately 10,000.
10,000. Do you have a fixed base operator, or does the
You're
city
looking at
manage
him.
it?
You're looking at him. I'm the only guy that works full time at the airport.
You pump gas?
If that's what's required. We have a self-serve system, meaning it's a credit card system, like you use on your car. But there are instances where folks either are uneducated and unable to do it, or we will help any way we can, because obviously it's revenue in Lexington. So if that's what it takes to pump a couple $100 of gas into your airplane, by God, I'll be there to help you.
Well, that's a good attitude to have. Thank you.
It is a good attitude. Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Boston.
I thought after we merged the two, the DOR, Department of Roads, into transportation, I thought, and it's not, I thought we gave additional funds after that, didn't we? I thought
The only funds that were, to my knowledge, that were realized from that merger was approximately $120,000 in, I believe, some sort of legal fees. So that's the only revenue that I was.
I was thinking there was something with some funding, maybe matched in with some funding.
Yeah, I think initially in the studies, they thought there would be, but post-merger, to my knowledge, was only about $120,000.
Yeah, thanks. So why hasn't DOT been more forthright or forthwith with funding to help do your?
Well, it comes back to what you've mentioned is there was a lot of very strong language that those monies shouldn't cross any paths, which while in their intentions were good initially, we found that, at least and once again, this is our opinion. Once that merger happened, essentially all we did was change the letterhead. We're now at DOT, but none of those management processes have crossed at all because of the way the original law was written. So
no, I appreciate it. Sorry.
Yeah. So what we're looking at here is obviously a way for Department of Transportation to fund both divisions more wholly and be able to make them more.
Yeah, I guess, and they can comment later, or council can comment on this maybe. But it seems to me that maybe they just haven't asked for the funds outside of the highway funds, but asked for the funds to actually meet your needs.
To say, as far as actually Department of Transportation, I can't say that they've asked for funds. Like I said, from Nebraska Association of Airport Officials stand-up, we have asked for funds to help go to fund that division. And like I said, we've been turned away every time we've asked for it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for driving all this way.
No problem.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Maybe you flew.
Oh,
What's
I
that?
assume
Maybe
that
you flew.
I did not. The weather's not trustworthy this time of year.
Any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Are there any who wish to speak in the neutral capacity? Senator. Okay, just making sure. I didn't want to bring you up too quickly. While Senator Decay is coming, we do have 2 letters in support, 1 in opposition, none in neutral.
Thank you, Chairperson, guys. I appreciate the discussion we had. There's a lot of great questions. There's a lot of things that can be taken away from this hearing this afternoon that we can, I think, go forward with and work on. I just want to reiterate that LB 453 is a technical cleanup bill brought to me by the Department of Transportation to help modernize the statutes and bring greater efficiencies and internally in the project delivery with the locals and the contractors. If the members of the committee and those testifying have any additional thoughts on how to improve the bill, I would be happy to work with him going forward. I think there's some things discussed today that will be very productive going forward. If there are any final questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them, making sure they don't leave the room first. With that, thank you for your time, and I encourage you, the committee, to advance LB 753 to general file.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I do not see any. Thank you for your close, and we will close the hearing on LB 453 and move forward to the final bill, which is yours as well, Senator. And I will have Senator Mosier take over from here.
Thank you. Greetings, welcome to your committee.
Thank you, Senator Mosier, and to the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. I am Senator Barry Decay, spelled B-A-R-R-Y-D-E capital K-A-Y, representing District 40 in Northeast Nebraska. And here today to introduce LB 454. LB 454 would require the Department of Transportation to plan, design, and purchase right-of-ways to begin the process of expanding US Highway 81 to a 4-lane divided highway in the entire state. Right now, the segments between the Kansas state line and York and between Columbus and Norfolk currently exist as a 4-lane divided highway. My bill would push for the completion of the segment between York and Columbus and begin the process of starting the segment between Norfolk and Yankton, South Dakota. I do have handouts for the committee that you will read over and review. The project proposed in LB 454 has been contemplated for quite some time. In 1912, citizens in Kansas and Nebraska got together to talk about creating a north-south corridor that would later become Highway 81. Highway 81 is a transcontinental roadway, also known as the Pan American Highway, and it extends from the Gulf of Mexico up into Canada. It started out as a 2-lane highway. Today, you can travel on 4 lanes from York, Nebraska, south through Kansas and Oklahoma on the way to Dallas. Highway 81 is a major thoroughfare, particularly for truck traffic. It is a critical corridor and one that we want to see completed. When the legislature proposed the expressway system in 1988, they included the corridor between York and to Columbus. What I am here today to advocate for is completing the York to Columbus segment, thereby finishing that portion of the 1988 expressway and adding Norfolk to Yankton, which was not originally included. If you look at the long-term plans for the Department of Transportation, they have suggested that a Super 2 would work between Norfolk and Yankton. This is a conversation I and several others had with Director Kramer as well. However, given the excessive amount of recreational vehicles and traffic that make their way to the Lewis and Clark Lake, and on top of that, the investments that Nebraska has been making with the Star Wars program, I would suspect that the proposal for Super 2 would need to be elevated if at what I have seen and heard regarding the increased projection in tourism and visitation were to take place in northeast Nebraska. I also want to emphasize that the purpose of the expressway system is to, number one, connect urban centers with a population of 15,000 inhabitants or more to the national system of interstate and defense highways. Number two, add those routes which have an average daily traffic of 500 or more heavy commercial vehicles. And number three, add additional segments to provide 4-lane continuity. Right now, Norfolk has 25,000 residents, while Yankton has reached more than 15,000 residents, with the figure growing to 20,000 when including the Lewis and Clark Lake area. Based on the latest available NDOT figures, Highway 81 also meets the criteria for traffic. For example, the average annual daily traffic counts are among the highest between Discovery Bridge at Yankton and State Highway 121, located just south of the bridge and leading toward Gavin's Point Dam and other sites. The count here is 7,310 vehicles, with 700 of them being trucks. Directly south of the intersection where Highway 81 converges to a 2-lane, the counts are 5,580 vehicles, with 620 of them being trucks. Just south of the junction with State Highway 84, it drops off to 2,480 vehicles, with 655 of them being trucks, as reported in 2020. Traffic counts are among the highest in the proximity of the 6-mile stretch between Norfolk and the intersection with State Highway 13 to the north. That section of highway trended around 8,500 vehicles daily through much of 2022. The stretch averaged about 8,200 vehicles for the entire year. I believe Highway 81 meets the criteria set out by the legislature for the expressway system. Ironically enough, I was here last year to testify on Senator, now Congressman Flood's proposal from last year, LB 1274. I will recap what I told this committee in 2022. There are 3 reasons that I feel this legislation is important: agriculture, safety, and economic development. Agriculture is this state's #1 industry. I feel that this would enhance the growth of agriculture from the grain trade to the cow-calf operations to the feedlots in northeast Nebraska by allowing them to have better access to markets up north in South Dakota or I-80 to the south to states like Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. On safety, I provided handouts that break down the numbers further between 2013 and 2020. The last year, NDOT has publicly available data. I will say that the number of fatal crashes between York and Columbus is 6, while the number between Norfolk and Yankton is at 13 during this period. At least from my anecdotal experience traveling the state, I could say that northeast Nebraska portion is by far the most dangerous of the 2 segments. We have a large number of trucks, ag equipment, campers, boats, and cars traveling on Highway 81 at this point, especially during the peak recreation season in the late spring and summer. Increasing this to a 4-lane would help alleviate the congestion and make this a safer highway for commuters and visitors in northeast Nebraska. There are a lot of hills, and when you get congestion, you get people who get frustrated and try to pass several cars going uphill. From an economic development standpoint, Star Wars has the potential to be a game-changing in Knox County. It's home to the state's 2nd largest reservoir, Lewis and Clark Lake, and one of the most beautiful state parks in the country, yet few even know that it exists. We have an incredible opportunity to capture the 2 million visitors who travel through Yankton, South Dakota, and show them what northeast Nebraska has to offer. It would help enhance economic development by developing jobs and more income coming in through tourism. If we want the investments of Star Wars to be successful, we need people to be able to get there. It will also help from a convenience standpoint, as I know many people who commute to Norfolk or Yankton for work or business. There is also the York and Columbus segment to consider. I recall Nucor and the Norfolk and Columbus chambers were down here last year, and they would all appreciate a safer roadway with connectivity to Highway 80. If I was going to prioritize one of these, safety would be my priority because of the number of accidents. I mentioned this last year, but it has stuck with me. 4 or 5 years ago, there was a school bus semi accident on Highway 81. It was very lucky nobody got hurt at it because the back of the school bus was full of bandits rather than children. I also had a couple of conversations with my predecessor, Senator Greger, who dealt with trying to improve safety at a couple of spots like Highway 81 and State Highway 12 after we had some really bad fatal crashes in the area, including a couple semi versus car collisions last year. I would like to conclude by saying I have a sincere appreciation for Governor Pillen's choice of leadership for the Nebraska Department of Transportation, Director Kramer. We have had some good discussions on several items, including Highway 81, and I would especially like to thank her for her time and consideration on this matter. I would note that this bill has the support of all the senators along the corridor. We have had an opportunity to get a start on a project like Senator Flood mentioned last year. This is an unusual step. If we have to amend the language to avoid any concerns regarding special legislation or other concerns, we'd be willing to do that. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them for you.
Questions from the committee? Senator DeBoer.
Thank you, Senator Moser. So we could amend the language somehow, maybe, I don't know how we would do it, but let's say we could, to get rid of the problem of special legislation in terms of what's written in the Constitution. Maybe we can get it by lawyers. But how am I, as a policymaker, supposed to decide between the bill that Senator Slama brought today, the bill in Lincoln, and your bill? And if I'm thinking about, there's a limited amount of money, maybe I like you a little bit better than the other two, so maybe I vote for your bill. You're a likable guy, maybe everybody votes for your bill because they like you.
That's a start.
Okay. So my question is, as policymakers, we probably don't have all of the information that the NDOT does. When Director Kramer was talking about things, she has access to information about the state of the road's upkeep. She has information to, these safety pieces and lots of other pieces of information that maybe we don't have. Maybe we could get them all, but then we would have to, do you think that there's a problem with the NDOT's ranking mechanism? Do you think that there's Senator McDonald does, he thinks we should get more in Omaha and Lincoln, but do you think that there's a problem with the overarching state's method for ranking when projects get addressed?
The difference between the three road systems that we're talking about today, number one, 81 would be the only north-south corridor in the state of Nebraska that's either 4-lane or that would be interstate if it was considered 4-lane. Highway 2 going down toward Nebraska City is 4-lane. So there's a little bit of redundancy between that and Highway 75 there. And Highway 75 also crosses over into Iowa once it gets up to Sioux City. The Beltway, that's an ask for a design on roads going forward. That's not an ask to build a road at this time. But this gives the central part of the state and the northeast, north to south corridor. It opens up that expressway system to bring people up through the state and more traffic coming that way for tourism and for economic development and for our agricultural sector.
Do you think that the NDOT failed to consider those factors when ranking the order in which projects should be addressed?
You would have to visit with them about that. I don't know how they rank it. I'm just trying to put the.
Do you see what I'm asking though, Senator Kay? I'm asking how do we figure out as policymakers how to balance these? Because I build them all. This is kind of like the license plates. When they asked for the Brant asked for the Czech license plate. I'm like, I don't have anything against the Czech license plate. But if I keep saying, let's do all the license plates, we're gonna have 9 million license plates. I wonder if there's some logic that would apply here as well. It's not that I think this is great. I also think that the earlier one that Senator Summers, like, they all seem like things that we ought to build. The Beltway seems like something we ought to build. We ought to build more than that. We could have a whole litany of people come in and talk about that. So how do we decide amongst them? Do you have an idea of that? And maybe you don't, because I put you on the spot, and I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'm passionate about this area, passionate about what I think it could do to Northeast Nebraska, especially with the Star Wars. We're going to be investing a lot of money into the Star Wars project on the Nebraska side to try to gain tourism from South Dakota to come to the Nebraska side rather than from Nebraska going over across the dam to South Dakota and spending nights and money and stuff there. The Star Wars project has it. There's a lot of other economic development portions of it dealing with the Star Wars project with the Niobrara State Park and opportunity to have a convention center built there through the Star Wars project and other entities to bring some conferences and stuff up in that area with some lodging available, smaller than what the lead lodge would be at Nebraska City. But there's an opportunity to do some things in Northeast Nebraska that haven't ever been opened up to. That part of the state hasn't been opened up. And I think this gives that part of the state the chance to see, for people to see what there really is to offer in Northeast Nebraska.
So maybe, have you talked to the new director about all of those pieces? Maybe that moves it ahead. Maybe that figures in. Have you had the chance to talk to her?
We've talked on several occasions about everything, and and I know the process. I know it takes time, and I'm not here to pressure the DOT to say, hey, let's get this on the calendar. I'm just wanting this to be. I don't want them to forget about Northeast Nebraska. I want to be part of the process that opens up Northeast Nebraska going forward into the hundreds of square miles that people can see that they don't see driving I-80 across the southern part of the state and stuff. It does open up, and people that do see it don't know it exists, and they're in wonderment how natural it is up there. And quite frankly, it's during its time, not the last couple of years with the drought, but during its time, it's, in my opinion, and I'm biased, is probably one of the most beautiful parts of the state.
I absolutely agree. It's a gorgeous area of the state, and you are an excellent representative for them. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, how sweet. You are a nice guy, I'll give you that. So, we've had discussions with the Department of Transportation about 81 and not just in your area, but through Columbus and other areas. And I think it's encouraging that they're wanting to work with us to try to accelerate the construction of some of these highways. It takes 10 years sometimes to get from zero to done. And then it's got to be your turn to start now to get it done in 10 years. And so, it's kind of one of those things you can't get there from here. It's discouraging sometimes. But when you asked me about this, I said, what's the bill? And you said, no, it's all about Highway 81. I said, I'm in. And then I asked you, what does it do? So I appreciate you bringing it. And we have other questions? Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Vice Chair Moser. Thank you, Senator Decade, for bringing this. You've lived up there your whole life, right?
Yes.
How long have we been talking about 4-laning 81?
Probably the better part of, I'm going to say, since I turned 16, which is a little over 2 years ago. No. About 45 to 50 years ago, we've been talking about 4-lane on Highway 81, and 81 is actually about 45 miles to the east of where I live, so it's not in my backyard.
Yeah, and so you're the northernmost senator in the body, I'm the southernmost senator in the body. I can tell you 81 goes from the Kansas border all the way to York. And then Senator Mosers, we go from south of Columbus up to Norfolk. To me, this isn't a new project, it's just finishing what we started 50 years ago. You know, just putting those last two segments in there. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, and it's been frustrating over the years. When we see the expressway system, and I will elaborate just a little bit on 275 from Norfolk to Fremont and Columbus to Fremont, I feel those projects need to be for safety, for the same reasons that we're here today talking. A lot of it's for safety. There's a lot of accidents that take place, and with those projects nearing completion and the bottlenecking that goes on, which happens all the time on 81 because it's so hilly and large, and you can't see around trucks, you can't see around campers, you can't see around combines. So there's a lot of bottlenecking and a lot of hills, and with the speed limit at 65, there's still a lot of people that want to drive 55, and there's people behind them that want to drive 70, and that causes a lot of accidents. So there's been the need for a safety aspect for a lot of years on all of these projects, but from where I've seen so many accidents that should have been avoided just because of blind intersections, popping up over the hills. You have maybe 250, 300 yards before you're on a stop sign that people are pulling across the highway, and that's right east of Crofton. So.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
I would say what you commented on, you know, it's a 10-year cycle or better. We can't get here from there, but in my position, I feel we need to start trying to take those steps forward to get to there. So.
Yeah, we're trying to push the process a little bit.
But
thank you. Okay, thank you, Senator.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody here to speak in support? We have 12 letters of support, 1 letter of opposition, and 1 letter in the neutral. Okay.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the
Hanson.
committee, for the record, my name is John Hanson, John, Hanson, Hansen. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union, and my farm is only 23 miles from Highway 81. I've done a lot of business up and down Highway 81. I've delivered bulls and cattle. I've also went and bought cattle clear up into Canada, clear down to the Mexican border. Part of, all of these bills that ask for additional money, it's hard to sit in your seat and not be supportive of them because they're all have a compelling need. What I look at, and my organization looks at, relative to this particular bill, is that for Pete's sake, Nebraska is the, contrary to what Kansas says, we're in the middle of the country. And we're just a little further north than Kansas is, who says they're in the middle of the country. But we are north to south, east to west. We are in the middle of the country, and we have an awful lot of economic development, an awful lot of agriculture, an awful lot of reasons for us to take that seriously, look at that, and say, when you go from 4-lane to 2-lane, and then you go back to 4-lane, every time we know that creates a change in traffic patterns, and every time we do that, and that's what the data says. When you look at the number of fatalities between Norfolk and Yankton, and I've looked at those, it's 13. And Senator DeKay mentioned that, but our state needs to finish what it starts. We have a bad habit. And so you look at recreation projects, you look at a whole bunch of things. We start and we don't finish them. For Pete's sake, we have been saying that we're going to finish 81 north to south, and we keep saying it, we just don't do it. And so to me, it moves up the priority because of the economic development potential, but also the safety. There's no question about that. The data supports that. And now we have a governor who's willing to step up and do bonding, which we have supported for a very long time, because the roads and the construction that you don't do today is just going to cost you more when you get around to it. It always goes up. It never goes down. And so to me, as you look at the north-south corridors in our state, there is a real logic to finishing the Pan American Highway, known as Highway 81. And so you look at the amount of traffic, as I drive around the state of Nebraska, and I do road inspections in the spring and the fall. They're called Farmers Union District meetings. So you drive all over the state, and as you drive around the state, some of the things that you remember are those areas where you have stopped and rendered aid in accidents, areas where you've had to make really quick decisions about whether you're going to continue to own your lane or whether you're going to go off in the shoulder and let the guy who's trying to pass the truck have your lane for a while. And so I've had 3 or 4 really close calls on the road between Yankton and Norfolk, frankly, and Senator DeKay summed it up nicely. You've got a real mix of different kinds of folks on that road, and the hills are steep. People slow way down, trucks slow down, the campers slow down, and then you're trying to pass on the downhill, and people take chances. And it is, in my opinion, a very dangerous highway that I travel, that I'm familiar with. And the only road that I can think of in the state of Nebraska where I've had more near-death experiences as a driver is Highway 75, going south of Nebraska City, quite frankly, and especially during the 2019 period. That was pitiful. So we have a lot of needs, but I think that finishing what we start ought to be a priority for our state, and anything we can do to move the process along to encourage that to happen, I think is a good thing. So with that, I'd end my obviously biased comments from Madison County, and be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Hanson?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support? Welcome to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Hurley, Lisa Hurley. I'm the Executive Director with York County Development Corporation, who I'm here representing today. Senator Moser knows this, I tend to go off topic, or not topic, but off of my script a little bit. Highway 81, the Pan American Expressway system, was actually a federally designated system to be made 4 lanes. Nebraska is the only state that has not completed our 4-lane system that I'm aware of. South Dakota did take from Yankton over to I-29 when they figured out we weren't going to complete it. That was what I was told on that. But we were kind of the stopgap when in logistics is one of the top considerations for business location and expansions. Whether you're a large corporation or a small company alike, they are considering their ability to get their inputs and their outputs into their business and out to their customers. At a minimum, this takes a modern and efficient service transportation system. I have been in York County for 10 years. Prior to that, I was up in Norfolk for 8 years, working for a regional economic development district. I have been around the Highway 81 corridor for 18 years. So I have logistics maps that show where York County is in relation to the state, in relation to the nation, our traffic today, our airports, our 4 lanes, all of that. I have been asked by both site selectors looking at companies or locations in the Midwest and by businesses why Highway 81 is not complete in Nebraska. For 10 years now, I have not been able to answer that question other than the funding hasn't been there. We're working on it. We will continue to advocate if you select our area. I'm not willing, as an economic developer who represents York County, but ultimately when I'm out selling York County, I'm also selling Nebraska. I'm not willing to say it's not a priority. I'm just personally not willing to do that. So I just say we continue to work towards completing what has not been done. York County, Platte County, and Polk County partnered in 2016 with 4 Lanes for Nebraska to complete an economic impact study on the Highway 81 expressway system being complete. I do have the full study if you want it. Dawson also has it. I believe Senator Moser had it when he was with the city. I don't know if you still have it. Senator Hughes has it, but I can email it to any of you. It's out of date, but back in 2016, impact shown was the completion would add $3.4 billion to Nebraska's GDP. It would annually support an additional 1,858 new jobs, and it would add 4,221 to the state population. As an economic developer, those stats are very exciting to me. I believe an additional 3.4 billion to Nebraska's GDP speaks to anyone that wants to see a broader tax base. I believe in order to really truly solve our property tax issue, we have to broaden our tax base. And to be honest, I'm going to admit, York counties, we're lucky compared to the communities to the north. My businesses are on the interstate. If I have a business that's shipping to Canada or up into the Dakotas, up into the Balkans, they're taking I-80 to I-29. That puts me in a unique advantage. However, I have farmers that are not going to ADM in Columbus because they don't want, the safety factor is a problem. I have metal fabricators in York County that are bringing down steel and metal iron from Norfolk. So that's adding to the traffic load. It's on a personal load, I will say it impacts tourism. I'm out of time. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Questions? We agree with you. I agree with you. I can't speak.
We've talked about this for 18 years now.
She worked for a Norfolk housing developer that contracted with Columbus, and that's how I knew her. And then your sister worked for?
I have a sister up in Columbus. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I just met her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you met her when she was with business, and forget her husband's contractor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? In support?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Mosier and members
Greetings.
of the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. My name is Dawson Brunswick, DAWSON BRUNSWICK. I'm the president of the Columbus Area Chamber of Commerce. Also here today representing our 770 plus members, as well as the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And as Senator Decay mentioned, I was here last year and supported the bill last year from Senator Flood. Happy to be back today. Lisa mentioned a lot of great things, and really this is about connecting Northeast Nebraska, finishing the 4 lanes for 81. 81 south from Columbus to York was a part of the original expressway system back in 1988. I'm not going to tell you where I was at in 1988 because then I make everybody feel old and I feel bad about that. But really want to focus today on not only the fact that Highway 81 was promised as part of that 1988 expressway system, but of all the growth and all of the recruitment that the chamber is involved with. In the last census, Columbus grew 8.7%. Norfolk grew 3.1%. So for our peer communities, Columbus grew 3 times larger than Norfolk and almost 4 times larger than Fremont. And that's without a completed Highway 81. You know, our friends down in New York, they grew 3.8%. So all along this corridor, we're seeing major growth for Nebraska. Major growth for Nebraska is taking place outside of Lincoln and Omaha that keeps, even though I grew up in McCook, a town of 7,000, and moved to Columbus of 24,000, I still consider Columbus rural Nebraska because it's not in the Lincoln-Omaha metro. And really, the growth that we're seeing in Columbus is due to manufacturing and transportation. You know, we do $4 billion a year in manufacturing. It's a third of the state's manufacturing in Columbus, and it's 24,000 people. You know, Senator Mosher, you know that, and it's just phenomenal. And the reason I share that is we have more manufacturing per capita than anywhere in our Federal Reserve District, and we have more engineers than anywhere in our entire Federal Reserve District. And where that is important for us is we are heavily involved in workforce development and recruitment efforts. So we are going, you know, today I was in Lincoln for the UNL Career Fair, and I was able to sneak over here for this. Tomorrow we'll be back recruiting engineers to Columbus. And the reason I share that is we do a lot of recruitment in South Dakota. You know, we focus hard on keeping our Nebraska-born grads here in Nebraska, but we know, you know, in Columbus of 24,000 people, we're 2,600 people short of jobs. Skylar, I know we recruit for Cargill and Skylar, and they're begging for people. You know, Senator Graham, I'm sure there's employers in your district that, you know, workforce is our #1 issue. You know, Senator Frederickson, I'm sure it's the same with you. It's where do I find people? You know, when you talk to individuals and businesses, it's property taxes, but when you talk with businesses, it's also employees, workforce, how are we making things happen? And we do a lot of recruitment in South Dakota. USD, SDSU, we drive out to Rapid City for the South Dakota School of Mines to get the best talent we can for our employers. And that drive north out of Norfolk, because from Norfolk to Yankton was never part of the expressway system. It didn't connect communities to the interstate. I mean, and I'm not going to try and say that was ever promised, but that piece, and we are seeing a lot of traction, especially with SDSU and Brookings. You know, that's a peer community for Columbus, and we see a lot of students that go there that find home in Columbus. Last year, we had students that from School of Mines in Rapid City. We have a number of them that have already moved back to Columbus after their internship and full-time jobs. So I really see this as recruitment for the state, recruitment for our greater Columbus region. And I believe that Highway 81, north out of Norfolk especially, as I said, 81 south out of York, I know it's on the books, I know DOT's there. I think 2034 is the estimated completion time. But, you know, truly looking at what we can do to benefit 81 north out of Norfolk. I'm not going to touch on the tourism aspect. I'm not involved in that space as much, but I take Senator Decay's word that it is gorgeous up there. But with that, I appreciate your guys' time. I appreciate everything that you guys do for the state, and just ask that you continue to look out for those growing spots in the state and how you guys can assist us in our growth. Because, you know, what would 4 lanes for 81 have done to Columbus's 8.7 growth in the last census? Could it have been 10? Who knows?
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Brunswick? Thank you very much for coming to testify. Did you show up for my 706?
You had Governor Pill in there for that one. You didn't need me. You had him. I'll talk to you afterwards about that.
You should have put that plug while you were here. Okay, any other questions? All right, anybody else in support? Anybody in opposition for 454? Anybody in the neutral on 454? Anybody to close on 454? One, okay. Make it short.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mosier. I appreciate the discussion we had today. I just want to reiterate that LB 454 would give Nebraska its first true north-south Meridian highway and complete our state's portion of the Pan American Highway. And from the discussions we've had today, I know there will be more discussion going forward. Ultimately, I just want to have some of the assurances that something is being worked on concerning Highway 81, and that is on the department's radar and scheduling calendar. Even if the actual work happens after I leave the Unicameral. Ultimately, I feel that finishing the expansion Highway 81 from Yankton, New York, with the understanding that Columbus to Norfolk segment is already done, is in the best interest of the state. If there are any further questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. With that, I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Questions for Senator Decay? Seeing none, thank you. With that, that will close our hearing on 454. Thank goodness.